the person that's a big boy and has some authority.
Wow. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Do we even remember how to do radio anymore? It's been nearly a week. But we're back. I was thinking yesterday maybe we should have worked. I know Anna had mentioned that coming in and doing an after show, but I was thinking maybe we should have just done, because I came by the studios yesterday and the entire industrial park was full. Like,
oh yeah, people were back at work.
Yeah,
I ran into what do you call it? Rush hour traffic, and I was very confused.
Yeah, it's like,
and then I'm like, oh, it's Wednesday. My bad.
Yeah, all the guys next door were working. AAA was working. Bake More Pies was working. Everybody was working, and I was like, man. Usually, and then like on weekends or usual holidays, this place is a ghost town. Like literally, you won't see anybody here. If I come here on the weekend, like let me when you do your goat report on a Sunday, this place is a ghost town.
There's nobody, and if you see a car, you're wondering what they're doing back here.
Well, no, they're an Uber driver.
That's true too. Yeah.
And you know where they sit now? They sit over by that cigar place, guys.
Oh, do they?
Right back in that guy's poor. Brian, do you guys get any Uber drivers? I know you got a 7'1" homeless man that uses your back porch quite often, but do you guys get any Uber drivers over there staging for an Uber call?
I leave him bags of beef jerky and Reese's cups. That's what I leave for my homeless people. But
no, you don't. I mean, that's a fall on your face there, Jesus.
Out of the
First thing
gates.
out of his hole. Yeah. First thing out of his hole can't even be funny. It has to be schmarmy and wonky.
Well, it's on brand.
That's true. Well, you're pretty much right. You're pretty much right.
It's a pop for Anna.
I mean, I think Uber and Lyft actually have an algorithm that you can't be so there's a radius that you cannot be in, just so that these guys don't drive around the airport all day. So I think that like here and your guys' office, I think this is right on the outer radius of how far you can be from the airport and not and still get a call. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And do you guys get anybody? Hell, you probably don't get anybody over there because that's 2 streets over, and the guy might not get recognized as the closest person. So maybe all you guys get are 7'3" homeless men. I don't know.
Pretty much, yeah. We don't have a lot of Uber cars sitting around waiting.
Do you have any riffraff over there at all? Our gate, man, our medieval gate keeps a lot of the riffraff out.
Yeah. No, we I mean, other than that one that you highlighted, other than that one that comes and goes.
Did you know he's sleeping on the bridge now?
Yeah.
He sleeps right there on the bridge.
Yep.
Because I go, a lot of times when I go to the gym, I'll run over by your guys' place just to, check things out. Like a lot of times I'll leave the Clem Gym, make a left out of the Clem Gym, go on down to that stoplight, go through the stoplight, then go down Lemon, and then make a left into Dex and go over that bridge to come home, just to make it, kind of just to
mix things up. See how the neighborhood's doing.
Just to be kind of Johnny's security guard.
Yeah, your neighborhood watch.
I always have a gun with me, and I think everybody does that now after July 1. I mean, listen, in Florida, be careful how lippy you get nowadays because everybody's got a gun. Everybody's got a gun, for the most part. You have to, Brian, one would have to think that you at least have to have that mindset before you had to have, in order to have a gun, you would say, well, this guy's probably a fairly responsible person. They've been checked out. They got a permit. They got a gun. Now you can just have a gun. Now you're supposed to be a good person and like not be a felon and be legally able to carry a gun. But what does it? That doesn't stop the bad guys.
Well, nothing stopped them before either from illegally carrying except the law. But, laws are laws. And do you ever speed? But there's a speed limit sign, but you still speed.
But the last couple times I went by your place, the big 7'2", he looks like the guy that the Magic just cut, Manute Bull's son. He does.
Yes.
And he's now laying, he doesn't sleep on the porch behind Brian's office. He sleeps on the bridge, like literally on the bridge sidewalk. And he hangs his legs up on the bridge. Is that his new spot?
I guess he used to.
Have you ever talked to him?
No. He used to sleep and live in the parking garage for that building that got torn down. That's now going to be a drainage ditch.
Right.
He used to sleep and live up there because I would go for walks and jogs, around lunchtime and go up that parking garage when that building shut down for a while, and it would always freak me out to see a homeless person sleeping in there.
Lummy, do we have a homeless clear back here by the goat deal still? Is there still a homeless shanty?
Yeah, but it looks like something kind of tore part of it down.
You mean a 6'4", 289-pound man from Wesley Chapel?
Possibly.
Uh-huh.
It looks like maybe one of their tents is ripped down now.
Been down?
Yes. And I think the other one, the street up, that got taken down.
Really?
So I think they're maybe moving around.
I wonder what the rule is. Like if you go and destroy, like if you're just a regular dude, it's not even on your property. It's like on government easement, and you would just go and when a homeless person's not there and tear their tent down and just is that considered destruction of personal property?
I mean, yes, even if it's not supposed to be there, you can't destroy somebody else's. If you park illegally, I can't slash your tires and do all of that to your car.
So now, did somebody say there was a monitor on the stage out, or did it reappear? Is it back on?
The bottom part of the stage.
The fascia.
The fascia, the one of the far left one.
Mach, are you familiar with? Is it broken? Man, what's up with these TVs?
I'll get right on it.
No, I mean, is it broken, you think, or is it just not turned on?
Probably operator error.
Oh, okay.
We were
problem.
rushing this morning.
Yeah, we were rushing this morning. By the way, so Gina will be in, and we'll do a little law segment. She'll be in at about 8 o'clock.
Yeah, there's been some significant changes to family law in Florida, so she's going to discuss that.
Well,
anybody who's paying alimony is going to be wanting to tune in.
Now, can I ask you a question? Let's say you got a guy that's paying alimony, kind of getting a hammer to him. Would it be like and he's like 3-4 years into it? Do they usually have a time frame? Or like a lot of times when guys have been married for like 20 plus years, isn't it for the rest of their life?
Yeah, 16 plus years was presumed to be a long-term marriage, and a lot of times permanent alimony was put into place.
Permanent, meaning either she died or you died.
Pretty much. And now the law has changed dramatically, and I believe it's retroactive.
But she's gonna.
Well, no, you can go in and motion to modify and change it under the new law. She's going to explain all that. She's researched it. She's been following it.
Is she going to be getting a ton of dudes calling her up saying, "I need to retire"? Because I got to think that guys that this law affects. You cannot just go in there. A lot of times, Gina will tell somebody, just go down to the courthouse, grab these 3 or 4 papers. They're not. It's not that big a deal. You can fill them out yourself. You really don't need me. But I'm thinking for something like, alimony modification /stop / I'm tired of getting bent over. You might have to hire, like a Gina or something like that.
I mean, you really do at this point, only because nobody knows exactly the law.
Nobody knows how to navigate through this.
Yeah, and so doing it on your own is even more risky when it's rough.
When it's brand new,
uncharted waters,
right?
Yeah. So there's no website to go, this is exactly what you do and you'll be fine.
Now maybe after Gina does 5 or 6 of them, she can maybe have some better advice, but she needs to do 5 or 6 nonetheless, right?
Yeah, everybody's got to get up to speed and see what's happening, and then there's probably going to be, challenges. So it may make sense if you're one of those and she'll say it,
Right.
but to maybe wait a couple months to let other people be the
Wait
test
a couple months,
cases.
my ass. I mean, if this bitch is bending me over, I need to take care of it immediately.
Well, that's something we can talk about with Regina.
Hello, who's this?
Hey, Bubba, and all you guys. It's Matt from Stephen.
Matt, are you okay?
Bringing the energy this morning. What's up,
Matt,
buddy?
Drink a Monster. I don't do a line of something.
I'm about to drink a Monster 300 right now, the coffee one.
Sure, great.
You got that fat tongue going, buddy.
You got that opioid. You got that soma tongue going on.
I'm a smoker. I smoke a lot of weed.
Yeah.
But I have my medicinal card, and I was wondering, how does this law affect that, Brian?
What do you mean? I mean, like, you mean as far as carrying a gun?
Yeah, because
I don't think it
before,
matters.
They told me you couldn't carry one if you had a medical card.
Yeah, well, I don't think it really matters. I mean, I think that you don't want to be high as a goat and impaired when you get pulled over and you have a gun. But I don't think that, you can, like before they knew you had a gun because you were licensed. Well, now if you have a medical, I mean, I don't know, Brian. What?
I don't know.
That's uncharted territory. So
yeah.
now if you got a medical marijuana card, does that rule out your constitutional carry? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like I got to think that it didn't before, so I don't think it would be.
Well, if you even had a concealed weapons permit, if you were if you were intoxicated in any way, could you legally carry with a concealed weapons permit?
No, I don't think so.
So that's probably the issue here is that, this guy doesn't sound like he's very often not legally intoxicated.
Right. So you're going to have to be far less, high when you have your gun than you are right now. Like, I got to think that a cop, if you had a gun and you were legally carrying it and he pulled you over, that you would be in a better shape than you are right now.
Duly noted.
Okay. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, I think that I think, man, that being impaired is a very wide cast net, and that involves driving, that involves having a gun, that involves, I don't even think realistically I'd be a cop being a dick. If you're walking down the street, minding your own business, and you're drunk as a skunk, I think that's public intoxication. And they can get you for that, too, if you're being disruptive. I mean, if you're just not minding your own business.
They can get you for a lot of things. You jaywalk, you're riding
Spit
a
on the
bike,
sidewalk.
riding a bike without proper lights. They've got their we gonna get you laws.
Yeah.
They've got them there. Loitering's a big one.
I've done
I got that one on my record.
You got loitering?
I got a misdemeanor.
Wow.
It's been expunged, but it happened when I was in Michigan. I've told this story before.
Oh, you have it.
Yeah, I have.
Well, guess
First
what?
time I went to Detroit.
Guess what?
What?
Tell it again.
So there was this guy, right? That's how they all start.
It might be when you weren't quite as popular as you are now, and people really weren't, listening.
Like Bubba.
Might have been.
Keep talking, Mitch. I need to finish my lunch.
Might have been when I was tuning you out 92% of the time back in the day. So all right, so there's this guy again. It always starts with there was this guy.
Yeah.
Right.
That I worked with. He was a manager, but like a few years younger than me. I was very impressed by him.
Now hold on, a manager of what?
Oh, I worked at a country club.
Oh.
Sorry, the brains.
As a server?
I was like a bartender server, and he was a manager.
A country club like golf, like highfalutin, or a country
Correct.
club like country rednecks?
No, the former.
The highfalutin.
Yeah. A lot of Jews, a lot of Indians. Old money in Detroit. It was nice.
But it was a golf country club.
Yes, it was.
Kind of like Caddyshack, real hoity-toity,
Yes.
Yeah.
Just like a country club.
Probably had to wear a specific uniform.
I was wearing I looked like a concierge. Just like I was in band camp.
Right.
All right. What do you call it? The bow tie deal.
So you're at the country club.
You wore a bow tie?
I think I did.
Yeah, I'm sure she did.
Yeah.
Anna Carlson over here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was bad. Yeah. I worked at a country club. I worked at many country clubs in my life, but that was one that I worked. It was called the Heathers, I believe, in Bloomfield Hills.
Bringing me back flashback.
Oh, boy.
Oh, sorry.
Those are
the Heathers
expensive.
Club.
Those are expensive clubs.
Yeah, my
Wrote a
bad.
check for that one.
Yeah.
So
sorry.
anyway, you're working at the Heathers and as like wait staff.
Bartender.
Yeah.
Oh, it's nice.
And
Nice place.
And there was this manager named Jerry.
Yeah.
And I was very impressed by Jerry. He wasn't particularly good looking or tall, but he was just such a go-getter. And his family, they were like Iraqi immigrants. He was Chaldean, if you're familiar with that brand of person. And he was the eldest of like 6 kids, and his mom, like the dad left, and so he just like had to get in there and take care of the family at like 21. So he was taking care of like a family of 7, all on like his salary. I don't know. I was impressed by him.
All right, so he was a go-getter, he was a provider, he wasn't lazy.
No,
he's
no.
your man. He's your
not
direct
college educated, just a hard-working guy,
a grinder,
a grinder, like from dawn till dusk,
Right.
like just always
and
on the
grinding
grind.
for his family.
For his family,
not
yeah.
because he's got a habit or because he wants to have a fancy car. He's grind. You know, he's manning up, doing the right thing.
Yeah.
He's your direct manager.
He did, yes, and he did not come across like he was 21. He came across like he was like 45.
Okay.
Just because he had to grow up so quickly.
All right.
So I was very impressed by Jerry. And, we started talking, and he invited me to downtown Detroit. I'd never been before because I was living in the burbs like I am now.
And that's a very romantic getaway downtown Detroit.
He's like, you want to go to Detroit? I was like, nah. I was like, I'm scared. You know me. I'm scared of everything.
Listen, most grown men are scared to go to Detroit.
I was like, I don't know.
Lummy would be scared to go to Detroit.
It was pretty rough. They were just starting to gentrify certain parts of the city. So I was like, I don't know. He's like, come on, it's not that bad. We go all the time. I'm like, sure, okay.
And so in downtown Detroit, like, is there like a food or a entertainment district or like, what are you doing it? Like, what?
He wanted to go to, and it wasn't just me and him. It was me, him, and a couple of his friends. He was like, we'll go to this. What did he call it? Like a scene stir, something. It was basically the equivalent of what's that weird place in Ybor that people go to?
The castle.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was like the castle.
Like Goth Willie.
Yes,
All
there were
right.
lots of Janko jeans. Is that what they're called?
Jenko, the
Yeah,
big
the
ones
big.
that
Yeah.
look-
There's a lot of that. So
What year is this? Circa?
2013.
Okay,
Decade
that's
ago.
a little weird because
Yeah.
Jankos were
Well,
out for about a decade. At that
I'm
point.
aware.
Out of style. Like out of style.
Brian, it
for
is
a decade.
Detroit,
Yeah.
So.
No, it was like a castle deal. So there were like some weirdos. So we go
All right,
there.
which could.
That's a good time sometimes.
Yeah,
so.
well,
Yeah, hey, it was whatever.
I mean,
so
to this guy's credit, as weird and
he wasn't like that, by the way, and neither were they. It was more like you go and you watch.
right, but he also knew that sort of thing, with regards to you and you're kind of weird, like people watching and things like that.
Yeah,
And, like
no,
that
most
could be,
definitely.
that'd be more enjoyable for you watching the weirdos than going to
Yeah,
just
we could
like
laugh about it together.
going to
and-
Lone Star or Outback.
Absolutely. There's
Right.
there's plenty where you don't necessarily need to like carry a conversation.
So the
You can
guy
just
kind
watch.
of, I got to give the guy a little bit of credit. The fact that he kind of has honed in on your weirdness or hangups. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and him and his friends were like very normal. They weren't jankoed out or anything, and neither
Right.
was I. So we go and we're just kind of we stuck out because we were too mainstream.
Right.
So we
You
go.
didn't have your black nail polish on, and your
Oh, that's the
Yeah.
very least of it. Your assless chaps and your
sure.
cosplay Willie or whatever.
Vagina hanging out.
Yeah, no,
Right.
none of that. So we go, and that was fine. That was great. And then I was offered drugs, and you know what, Bubba? I declined. I just was like, you know what? Tonight's not the night. You
And
just
that
get
was
a
even
feeling.
before the fentanyl scare. Like if you're
Oh
offered
yeah,
drugs,
that was before. That was before I even knew what fentanyl was.
but if you are offered drugs nowadays,
no way.
You like, and
Well-
no, for real.
I mean,
no way.
Even
Well.
because the thing that's so scary about it is you could watch your friend do a line and be fine, and then you do it, and it's like you get the bad line.
Yeah, you got
like that's the
Yeah.
scary part. It's like there's no consistency
Yeah.
even
No.
within.
It's scary.
And they've
there's
turned
no way-
drugs
yeah.
into the Wild West now. The fact, like, they've turned drugs into roulette.
There used to be a time when drug dealers were upstanding individuals and didn't think about killing their consumer base.
Yeah.
And I
don't
don't think a
care.
lot of them are. They don't know what it's cut with. It's been handed, 12 people before them,
Right.
passing the buck.
They didn't get it from Colombia.
Right.
All right, so you're at the equivalent to the Detroit Castle.
Yeah. I think it was
And
called like the city.
You
whatever.
three already look like you're not supposed to be there.
Yeah, there were
Right.
4 of us. So then I was offered drugs, I think by him or one of his friends, and I said no. And I was just like, no, I just need to have my wits about me for some reason. So we leave this castle place, and he's like, let's go to an after hours club in all of the quotes. After hours. I was like, all right, what am I going to do? Go home? I don't have a car.
What time is it?
It's probably pushing like 1, 2.
Okay.
I think we got something to eat. Like a lot of time has passed.
All right, so you're at the equivalent to the castle. You see all the freaks, and then he goes, "Hey, let's go get a bite," and then we're gonna go to an after
and then
hour.
we're gonna
Willie.
go to an after hours club.
All right, so far everything's great.
So I was like, okay,
Right?
yeah. I was like, after hours club, okay.
Sure.
I don't know how Detroit works. Maybe things are open till 4 a.m. They're not. Yeah. So he takes me to this abandoned building, which was the after hours club.
All right.
And we walk in, and there's this giant Albanian bouncer, and he just goes, $20. And then he looks at me and goes, females are free. And I was like, females? And he's like, yeah, you. I'm like, okay.
Well, so far, I mean, you're probably really happy at this juncture because
well,
you just saved $20.
I knew I wasn't going to pay for myself.
But I
not
know,
that I was
but
expecting
I mean,
it. But
anytime there's a $20 savings on a
Yeah.
Hummel, I mean, that's an exciting moment.
yeah, and then there's a detail that I still haven't quite figured out to this day. I don't really know why, but he just said, no gum. I was like, what? He's like, throw out all your gum. Like, I couldn't bring a pack of gum in.
They probably didn't want it on the floor.
Yeah, they didn't want it on the
Yeah.
floor. People
It was
spit it out. People are
Abandoned
slobs.
building. I don't know. So
Yeah, but people are still walking in there.
Yeah.
I understand, but you can bring it to literally any other place. Like, you're not going to go to Burns and they're like, hey, no gum.
Yeah,
but
because
whatever.
Because people at Burns
hold on.
don't. It's not 4
Because-
o'clock in the morning.
yeah.
And people aren't spitting stuff on the floor.
Hold on. It's not 4 in the morning and people aren't just absolutely raging and like blowing up and like, all of their brain
Well,
damage.
I don't
Do
know.
you
I've
think
done a
the
lot of partying
people
and no
go
one's
to-
ever told me
Do
I
you
couldn't
think the
bring
owners
gum.
of that club just out of the gate, they're like, what's our one rule going to be? No gum.
No.
They created that
Yeah.
because
After their first 3 weekends open, they had 500. They had to get on their hands and knees with razor blades and scrape off the gum.
yeah, they've
like,
got a bunch of
man.
people rolling on
All
ecstasy,
right.
Yeah.
grinding their teeth instead of grinding their teeth.
Again, I've
they got
done a
gum.
lot of partying in my day, and that's never been an issue.
Okay, Anna,
so
but
I was
Detroit
just
had a
confused.
no- they had a no
I
gum
thought it was more of
policy.
like a conduit for drugs or something.
Did
like
you say
that.
no guns, maybe, and you heard gum because of the accent?
No.
Okay.
All right, so no gum. You get into
No,
the
because
after
he made
hours.
me throw it out. I remember.
You get into the after hours. I'm still trying to figure out where the misdemeanor comes.
So we go into the after hours club.
Now,
and
is it just a big open space, or are there
Yeah.
tables, or are there?
It's literally just it's like an abandoned warehouse.
Now, are they playing like EDM or
Yeah,
like
yeah.
some, all that?
Yeah,
kind of
no one's really like dancing. It's super chill. It's not like a sex club. There's nothing
Right.
outrageous going on. It's just people congregating.
All right.
And there's
Now,
some
are
music
people
playing.
are people blowing up? Are people on Molly? Or all
well,
that?
let me tell you what happened. So I walk in and I'm like, well, let me get a drink at the bar because obviously there'll be alcohol at the bar, but there was no alcohol at the bar.
No, they don't. People that are blowing up don't want to get drunk.
Well, some of them like a drink while they're, rolling
Most
their face
don't.
off. Well,
Most don't.
Yeah, because you know someone.
Well, no.
rolling their face
Not only
off.
that, Anna, but you have to have a liquor license, and that's a whole
This
other world.
place is illegal, Bubba. This is the story I put down. They were selling nitrous oxide, laughing gas, over the bar. So instead of drinks, they were handing out balloons,
Yes.
but you'd have to buy one.
Far more profit, and less handling and
Right.
glasses and ice.
You have to wash the balloons.
Right, Brian.
Yeah.
If I can buy a tank of nitrous and have to just give people balloons, I don't have to have ice. I don't have to have cups. I don't have to have anything. I can have some lunkhead like Lummy sell it for $10 a balloon, and I don't have to have all this other stuff. So I get it, and probably better profit margins too, right?
I don't know.
So anyway.
I've never been dealing in nitrous, but I imagine that you can get a lot out of
Right.
if you can get it.
And it's far
canister?
easier than serving alcohol, right?
Yeah, just fill
Yeah,
up a
no
balloon.
ice. You don't have to.
Well, that's I think why.
Probably
if
not a lot of
this is an
inventory.
illegal club, they don't want gum on the floor because they don't want people knowing that you've been there and that they've been there doing this, and they probably has very little waste
Right.
if all they're doing is selling nitrous
I
balloons.
mean, if me and Lummy just got to sweep up 400 balloons at the end of the night, that's nothing, right,
Nothing.
Lummy?
Nope.
Please, right. But glasses and straws and napkins and all that's a lot of waste. So Anna, do you buy a balloon?
Well, I figured it'd be rude not to. I mean, when in Rome, I walk into this place. I'm like, yeah, I'm not supposed to be here. It's like 3 a.m. at this point. I can tell that this place should not be in occupation.
And I think I'd buy myself a balloon too.
Yeah,
Like,
why not? I think I did a round of balloons. I'm like, is this what you guys want? All right, fine. This is my first time in downtown Detroit.
Right.
So I'm like, whatever. Let's just go with the flow.
Right. So do you buy a balloon?
Yeah,
Your
bought a
own?
balloon. I may have sipped it for a second. I was scared of nitrous oxide. I was like, you're afraid of things you're not familiar with, especially when you're doing it with a new group of people.
Right.
At an illegal building.
Yeah.
An illegal building.
Run by the Albanians.
Yeah, I started the Albanian mafia.
Right.
I'm not kidding. They're no joke. So whatever.
No.
So at this point, I didn't really want to go to this place, but what am I going to do? Try to convince 3 people who want to be there not to be there? I'm like, I'm going to just go with the flow. I'll be fine. I'm with 3 men. It'll be all right. It'll be chill. It's fine. I'm not going to Uber home by myself. That'd be way more dangerous.
I didn't have Uber back then.
Or a cab or whatever. Maybe there was Uber. Who knows? But
2013.
Yeah, I can't remember. But anyway, so
got a balloon, hanging out with the Albanian illegal club. No gum.
No gum. All right, we're doing nitrous, and we're just chilling. Nothing crazy is happening.
Good music.
Yeah, until all of a sudden, the music stops. And
we
hear the Detroit police at the door, which is locked shut.
This is the Detroit police. We need everybody to orderly walk outside.
Well, they wanted us to open up. So then
Open up? What do you mean open up your
the
legs?
doors were locked.
Oh.
I didn't know that they were bolted shut.
Brian, the Albanians already had their money, and they were in a pickup truck in the back. Out of there.
They were gone.
Yeah, they're gone.
Yeah.
They don't
Once
get
they
caught.
locked that door, they were gone.
Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead, I'm
that
sorry.
is something that we noticed because as soon as that happened, we looked around because someone must have been tipped off, and everyone that was working there was suddenly gone.
Uncle Eric, 20 on the cash app.
They had a getaway plan.
I think there was an abandoned elevator shaft, and they jumped in.
That's for
and
you, Uncle Eric.
Escaped.
All right, so the wild Albanian, so they go through, they turn the lights on, and then they just
the
start.
lights are off. The Detroit police are banging. The music is off. Nobody that was working there is gone.
How many people are?
Probably about 60 to 70.
Okay.
There's a decent chunk of people.
All right, so
there.
they walk in.
No, they
cops.
don't. They do not walk in.
All right.
They are banging on the door, and everyone is just kind of frozen. Do we open the door? Do we not open the door? Do we wait for them to break it down? What do we do? So I turned.
Open this door, you bunch of tripping mother effers.
Yeah,
we're going to go ahead and batter ram it right now.
Right. Exactly like that. I think they even had a megaphone. That's at least what it sounded like.
We will battle ram this door right now. Open it up.
Now, most of the time, and you would think that I would be just absolutely off my rocker, freaking out, but I calmly turned to the guy next to me, one of the friends. It wasn't Jerry. One of the friends, and I go, "Are we gonna get arrested?" And he was like, "Probably."
Yeah, we are.
I was like, "Cool."
Thanks, cool.
Great. Wonderful first date.
Great first date. Everything was going great. And, balloon was starting to kick in, and these Detroit cops are really bringing my buzz down to 0. Thanks, Jerry.
Yeah, now at this point, I'm very glad I didn't take that ecstasy.
I was thinking about giving you oral, Jerry, but
Not
anymore.
Mm-mm. No, and at this point,
So what now? What formatically? What happens? Do they finally get in and they just
I'll tell you.
write everybody a ticket?
Well, I thought we were all going to get arrested, but there were a lot of us. So Jerry, being the studly man that he is, he goes, I'm going to open the door. And we're like, all right. So out of the 60, 70 people that were there, Jerry goes and unbolts all the doors, and probably about 15 officers roll in, guns ablazing.
Guns out,
because they don't know who's in there.
Right.
And they just start screaming at us to get on the floor. Just get on the floor. And you know me and Germs.
Get on the floor, every one of you, on the floor.
It's like, God damn it, I'm wearing my new dress.
Hands out on the floor. I know I'm ruining your balloon buzz.
Dirty,
but hands
brown.
out on the floor, right out.
At least there was no gum on the floor.
True.
There was no gum on the floor.
That's why the Albanians had the no gum policy. They didn't want your right cheek smashing against it when the guy was cuffing you.
Because all the Albanian chicks that have been arrested got gum in their extensions, so they were
all right, so
filing complaints.
You're laying on your stomach,
and I make eye contact with Jerry, and he mouths to me, "This never usually happens. And I just
This
said,
never usually
F
happens.
you. I just kept saying F, like the word. F you, mother. F you. So I'm just like a good girl from the suburbs. You take me to this piece of crap. You know.
No vagina for you.
Yeah, I was not
All right.
impressed.
So they come. They don't probably even handcuff you, do they?
Well, I thought they were going to arrest all of us. They didn't. They ended up writing us up one by one for various different offenses, which was odd.
Now, you had to probably produce your driver's license,
Yeah.
and then they write you a ticket.
We were there probably for 2 or 3
It
hours.
was probably based on like if you had pills in your pocket or like
I don't know,
They probably
yeah.
Brian. Once you've been at that point, you're being detained, right?
Yeah.
And at that point, they have the right to frisk, right?
Yep.
And if anything that you have in your pocket can be used again that's not legal, you can get a.
Well, I mean, anybody who had something that was illegal had plenty of time to get rid of it when they came and just throw it on the floor. They can never prove that it's yours.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, literally.
But boy,
it
when you
wasn't
got
mine.
those 40 ecstasy tabs cost me a lot of money, and I was thinking about turning a big profit tonight.
Well, yeah, think about it another night. That's the cost of doing business.
Yeah.
I know. So Anna, they what ticket did you get?
My offense was, what was it? Loitering in a place of illegal occupation.
That sounds like nothing, Brian.
Oh, I
What-
know. And everyone else that I was with got disorderly conduct, and there was nothing disorderly about them. And I'm like, oh my God, that's so much cooler. Why did I get the lame
Probably
one?
because you were cool.
Well,
Probably-
the
I mean,
disorderly conduct is easier to get out of because the officer did not witness your conduct.
Yeah,
He
well,
witnessed you
it was
loitering
really
in a place.
random.
Yeah, I'm
it
just
was
saying.
really random because
Brian-
Jerry got disorderly conduct, and I was there the whole time.
They
He
obviously
wasn't-
don't have a
He
Brian
opened the door for
Petroni.
them.
I mean, they don't have a Brian Bertroni because Brian would have written one of his Brian letters. That would have gone by real fast.
I don't know how they can get you on that if they did not witness your disorderly conduct.
If your conduct was cooperating with the police, which I'm assuming all of you did,
Oh yeah,
none of that's
There
disorderly.
was no riots. No one was pushing.
You're right,
them,
Brian. I
so-
mean, in order to get disorderly conduct, a cop has to see you doing something disorderly,
yeah,
right?
Maybe you
can't-
just lied
And
to me.
disorderly is not opening the door and laying down on the ground.
Nope.
No. Now, if you would have fought him a little bit, and then that would have been appropriate. But
I just think that that's a disorderly conduct would be a potentially beatable charge.
right.
Yeah.
And maybe that's, Brian, maybe that's why they did that, because they're like, listen, we got to write some stuff up. So half of these people will fight him and get away with it. The
Did
other
you get
half
a
are
little
stupid
lippy?
enough.
Me?
Yeah.
No way. I was so scared.
Did you pay it?
Yeah. I had to go twice. I think they wrote the ticket wrong the first time, and they told me to come back. And if you've ever been to
Hold on. Brian would have got you on a Scribner's Error.
District 14 or whatever in Detroit City, oh my God, the
Becca.
humanity. By the way, in Detroit, just a PSA for the people there, club clothes are not court clothes. But that's what they thought it was. So I would see girls in cheetah dresses with pumps because that
At
was
District
their
14,
nice.
Detroit.
Yep.
That was their going to court gimmick.
Yep. And
Was it the same thing they wore to strip the night before?
yeah, that's what it looked like. Those were their nice clothes, and
Man,
so
they've really deregulated.
it was
I mean,
frightening.
Brian, you you're a lawyer, but haven't they? I think they allow shorts now.
Well, it really depends on the judge and what they'll allow in their own courtroom. We don't play that game, but the COVID thing and the Zoom thing have really changed things.
When I was at Kenneth Kimberlin, I had to go and do a Zoom court deal, and I was watching. There were guys that were literally in their car, like with a tank top on, smoking weed, that were in front of the judge. And this one woman's headliner was like, she was straight white trash, and her headliner was all falling down in the back of her car. And I actually had a button-down shirt on, Brian, with a decent backdrop, and had my, I was dressed. I mean, I had my shorts on underneath you, but I mean, you couldn't see. I was at a table,
right?
So I had like my button-down shirt on with a nice backdrop, in my home or my apartment. And I was the rare person that took it. There was actually attorneys, Brian, that were on this Zoom deal that were like at their desk, and the desk was just completely messy. They had papers everywhere, and they they didn't have like a suit and tie or a jacket on. I mean, like even officers of the court in this Zoom world don't take it nearly as much of a I don't want to say prestigious, but like dress up affair.
Yeah,
right?
it was more. There's formality to it, and people don't practice that anymore. I mean,
Does a judge appreciate that?
I was on a hearing. No, the judges don't. I mean, they still appreciate the formality if you're doing it. But I had a hearing that I was on for one of my clients. It was some nothing, just like traffic ticket thing that I was helping them with, and there was somebody literally laying in bed in their pajamas, vaping like this, holding their phone up like this, and looking at the judge. And the judge actually did say something to that person. And of course, the person was like so stoned they didn't understand half of what the judge was saying.
I had this one dude, Brian, that was at a bar, and he had this skeleton, like the kind you get for Halloween. You know, the skeletons.
Yeah.
And he was sitting at a bar with this skeleton hat with a MAGA hat on. The skeleton with a MAGA hat on. And he was putting that in his I'm at the bar with my buddy drinking.
Was it Hootie?
No, no,
Put
it
the
wasn't.
skeleton on the video for it?
Yes, he did. And the judge goes, "I appreciate your attempt of humor, but you fell flat." Like he kind of like admonished him a little bit by saying, "I appreciate you trying to be humorous, but I don't have time for that."
Right.
But that's a -1 for you,
Yeah.
Fall
defendant.
on your face.
-1, fall on your face.
It's a fall on your face.
Sorry, buddy.
Gimmick. It was. So now you paid the ticket now, and then you got what kept
Messed up all my my summer plans. I was supposed to come home, but I couldn't leave because I had court, and I lied to my parents. And then I told my dad that on the truth on Father's Day.
Why would you lie and then ultimately tell the truth?
Well, I was trying to hide it, and then I could have gotten away with it.
Right,
But
so-
I felt so bad because it was Father's Day, and I just thought I was a failure of a daughter.
So why lie to begin with?
I
just
don't know,
get
Brian.
that.
I
Like,
don't know.
I
She
got
doesn't
away
know.
with it.
Years
She
ago.
doesn't know her little peanut. She can't
the
analyze her
impulse
little
was
peanut.
to lie initially to protect my father, and then my dad could just tell over the weeks that something wasn't right, and it was one of those things that just kind of bubbled up, and I'm like, I can't lie anymore.
Yeah, but in the overall scheme of things, like, okay, so you got a little misdemeanor Willie in Detroit. Like,
My dad
is
didn't
it really
care.
that big? I mean, Brian, I'm asking you, is it that even that big of a deal?
No, what she got hit with is not going to stop her from doing anything in life.
Right. I mean,
But I'd never even gotten like a speeding ticket before, so
let me some after
it's
hours.
scary.
I was
It's
scared.
scary. The
I didn't know,
The first
like-
time through the ringer is a scary
and
process.
and it was really funny because I realized that they could tell who was like kind of like a good kid by if you were able to open the door to the the little gate latch thing. Like the people that have been there before were very familiar about the gate latch from the back of the court to the front of the court. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Right. No. Yeah,
There's
what
like a little-
what separates you
Oh, you
from
mean well, our bars in Hillsborough County don't have that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in
They're just
Detroit they
swinging
did,
Willies.
and people that have been there before were just like
We're very
latch
good
it
at
open.
getting it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
very proficient.
Right, but with me, I was like, how
You were
does this
fumbling
thing
around.
work? I was like, can I just hop over? Like,
Yeah.
Hop over.
Being familiar with the gate system
yeah.
that keeps
But you know what I'm talking about? That little wooden sort of.
absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And how proficient you were with it. Showed Your Honor how many times you've been
Right,
to
like
his
she's a
corner
good
room.
kid. Come on, she can't even open the gate. She's never been here before.
Let me some after hours trading. John Costeca, $100 on July 1st. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. It is a new month.
Captain Creamsicle 200.
200.
Thank you for the shirt.
Captain Creamsicle 200 on what day? It was like, I think it might have been
It
Friday
was Friday.
afternoon.
Yeah, Friday at 1:20.
After we had left.
Yep.
And we're both sporting our tarpon shirts.
Yeah, we are. Had a great time.
Such a good turnout.
Friday. I got to talk about that. Probably. Have you got a little bit of a list? I
Yes.
know. I know so many people that were there.
I came up with a little bit of a
And
list.
I got to tell you, man, the Tarpons, I don't know if they know. I don't know if the Tarpons know. Brian, I wish you were there because I was working on this guy we were calling Kenny
Powers.
Kenny
I
Powers.
saw the video.
I was working on him all game long. All game. I knew where he went to school. I knew his high school. I knew everything about him. I was in his head like you wouldn't believe, and he was the guy that had to go save the game, and they were up. The Daytona Tortugas were up 3-0 going into the bottom of the ninth, and they bring out number 12, Kenny Powers, which his real name was Joseph somebody, and I had screwed with him all night long, and he blew it, and they got beat 4-3.
Yep.
And he completely blew it. He could not throw a strike. Lummy, he loaded the bases up. We had him completely sideways.
T-shirt Will 50 on the Venmo.
Thank you, T-shirt Will. I think there's some footage of it
there is.
on YouTube. I think Chad, our guy from Biggs Tiggs podcast.
Yeah, he keeps posting it.
He put some up as well. We'll talk about the Tarpons game. We'll also talk about, I guess, the Zuckerberg-Musk fight is happening. They're saying it's going to happen.
Well, that article you're reading is more along the lines of that Meta Facebook through Instagram now
The
has
Threads.
The Twitter kid.
the Threads, which is going to compete with Twitter directly.
But aren't they saying that the Zuckerberg fight is on too?
They've both said they would do it, and Dana White said he would try and get it promoted in Vegas and do the pay-per-view. But I don't know that they're actually going to happen.
Do you think their boards could go to them and say, when you're a guy like Elon Musk or you're a guy like Mark Zuckerberg, do you have to listen to your board?
Well, which board for Elon? Because he owns Twitter. He is the board. I mean, he can have one, but he's the board.
I'm sure there's a board of Tesla. I'm sure there's a board of SpaceX.
The publicly traded companies, they could be like, look, man, we don't like you doing this. We can, they have a lot of times the power to vote you out. But then, what's the damage you're doing to the company?
He's experiencing some interference from the board of his mother. Because his mommy said no. She came out.
Zuck or
no? Elon's
Elon?
mom was like, absolutely not. He's not fighting. So mommy said no.
I think Zuck would take him, quite honestly. But
I do too. I think Zuck would take him,
and I think he would win a decision or tap him. We're not talking about a boxing match. We're talking about MMA, right?
I think Zuck's far more experienced and wirely.
But
Anna, that really within MMA, sometimes size doesn't matter. This is not that big of a size disparagement.
Yes, it is.
Not really.
Zuck is 5'7".
Did you watch?
Elon is 6'1".
Did you watch the original UFCs?
Not by.
Yeah, I don't think he's a black belt, Gracie.
Not by trained versus untrained standards.
Yeah.
I mean, no, he's not a black belt, but even being a white belt 4-striper, you can beat most people's ass that don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm okay. Let's say I'm 5'10". And let's say, okay, so the disparagement between those two would be what? 3 inches, 4 inches? No. 5 inches.
5.
So that would be
6.
me.
6.
Okay, so
5'7" to 6'1".
That'd be like me taking, if I was a pretty badass white belt 4-striper and I'm taking on a 6'3" or a 6'4" guy, I'll kick his ass. I'll kick that guy's ass.
Apparently, and I don't know this to be true or not, but this is the claim, is that Elon is also trained in some martial arts as well, like judo and a little bit of jiu-jitsu, he said.
But we have zero footage of that. We've seen Zuckerberg.
Well, this story says Elon Musk earns praise after training with Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belt who also sparred with Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg started training in 2020, and he actually entered some sort of like amateur competition and won two medals.
Right.
So he's shown that he can do it in the ring against somebody his own size.
So what did
and
the guy,
skill level and age.
What was the Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belt guy that sparred with Musk? What did he say the skill set was?
Lex Fridman, a Russian-American computer scientist.
Lex Friedman,
It's Lex Friedman. He's a very, very influential podcaster.
He's a robot like Elon.
Yeah. Anyways, he says he's got a Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belt and said Elon did pretty well.
Well, it looks like Elon Musk is going to be getting trained by George St. Pierre.
Oh, GSP.
Well, that's pretty good. This is going to be great. It's going to be a great fight. I will say the longer it goes without happening, the
more excitement,
more hype,
and the more to the advantage of Elon it is, because he has the time to learn the basic level of skill that he would need to.
Time favors Elon
absolutely
tremendously.
I don't know.
Especially if you're being trained by GSP.
Well, I'm saying he's 51 and
but if he gets this, if we're talking about this fight happening maybe like spring or summer of next year, and he has that amount of time to focus on it and truly focuses on it, then Zuckerberg's main edge in all of this, which is his 4 years of experience ahead of Elon, is wiped out.
And then at that point, size does matter. Size and strength
Size
matters.
always matters.
It doesn't matter as much when it's untrained. It doesn't. It doesn't matter as much when it's untrained. Let a bitch walk up, a bigger girl walk up that's 3 inches taller than you and 30 pounds heavier, and she has zero experience. You will tap that bitch out.
Yeah, but the fight has to go to the ground. They can also obviously strike each other.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If you don't know how to defend a takedown at all, you don't know about body positioning and leverage, you don't
sprawl.
You can take down somebody who's 30 pounds, 40 pounds heavier than you.
Understood. I think the weight discrepancy is a lot more than that.
Yeah, whatever.
It was like 150
I'm pulling for,
to like
I don't know who I don't know early
220.
on who I'd pull. I think I'd pull for Elon.
Yeah, Elon.
I'm going to go with the underdog. I like Zuckerberg. I want to go with the small guy. Go small guy.
Well, the underdog at this point would probably be Elon just because of the training.
No, if the betting, first of all, his fan bros are going to bet that line like crazy.
Secondly,
the stonk boys.
What do you think? What do you think they do? I mean, the pay-per-view money would be astronomical.
It would be the biggest fight in the history of professional
the world.
fighting.
And what do they do with the money? I mean, neither one of them need it.
It's a charity deal.
Yeah, it'd be a charity deal.
You'd have to pick out,
There'd still be people making money off of it.
There's the promoter, the venue, right? The sanctioning body.
Oh, yeah.
They all got their hands out.
Yep.
I mean, there's probably less than 50% of proceeds go to a charity, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure that'll be the charities that Zuckerberg and Musk, pick out, which could be very well their charities. I mean, they're the ones putting the work in. Anyway, we'll talk about I guess we've pretty much talked about it, but we'll talk about it a little bit more next. And then, like what Lummy was telling me earlier this morning, that Facebook, or I guess Instagram, which is a part of the meta world, is now trying to compete with Twitter and have a Twitter-like deal within Instagram. Lummy, right? Threads.
Yes.
Threads. Everybody's just chasing each other, are they not? As soon as one guy gets up and gets a little technology, then they all come after you, right?
Yeah.
And inevitably, aren't they all of them TikTok's bitch? Aren't all of them? Isn't that really where everybody's trying to be, a TikToker?
Well, there's different types of social media, so this is going to be a different type of social media.
Threads.
Perfect.
It's the Bubba Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Hey, we'll be right back.
It does it?
Kick looks exactly like Twitch.
My monitor ain't on.
Uh-oh. Monitor's coming in.
He got the monitor that was out by the stage back up though. Good, because it was barely any ambient light over here.
Brian's got to be lit up nicely.
Yeah, I need that backlight.
Lummy, did you miss the Venmo with Daniel?
Daniel, you're a star.
Daniel Rose.
What's that? What?
It's not cooperating. We need to work on this.
Daniel Rose, $62.
Wednesday, some guy comes up to me. He's like, "What do you do?" I'm like, "What do you mean? What do I do?" He's like, "What do you do
Seth
for work?"
Riley,
I said, "I work in
25.
broadcasting." He's like, "Oh, I thought you guys were wrestlers."
Is that what he said?
Yes. And I told him about you, and he's like, "Oh, he's on?" And I'm like, "Yeah, he's on."
He had no idea where we were.
I told him,
Like most people.
well, he had to do the TuneIn app because he's got Android. So the other one didn't work. But yeah, it was kind of cool. I thought you guys were wrestlers. I'm like, no,
It's Usher.
don't make that much money.
Oh, sure, that's right. He has some confessions to make too. He's a scumbag.
Oh, the herpes deal.
Yeah, he's just not the best guy. I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, that's like I say about Tiger Woods. I didn't watch him golf because he was a great father and husband. I watched him golf.
Was he a bad father?
Well, would you think that cheating on your wife and the mother of your children with multiple Waffle House waitresses would make you a bad father?
Waffle House.
Not necessarily.
Only one.
Only one of the 20 girls is a Waffle
I
House
think you're
waitress.
working IHOP.
IHOP.
Or Denny's. No, it was a Perkins. I think
Perkins.
he did. Perkins waitress.
I mean, it'd be the easiest way if you're on the road, you finish up a golf match, you go to Perkins or IHOP. Nobody's expecting you there, first of all.
These are my
So no media presence.
rerunning Tiger Woods' keep him on a rapture. Okay, just go to this Perkins down the street.
I got a hot scoop on a semi-attractive waitress at the Perkins.
You were out there scouting him for him.
Yeah.
You could eat city and go to all 4 breakfast places.
Tiger, you gotta come down to this Popeyes.
Yeah.
This is Shorty there that's just smoking.
Hey.
Thank you, Lummy. Thank you. Thank you, Macho Man.
Seth Wiley, 25.
Yeah.
Ethan Lindquist, 20. Daniel Rose, 62.
Oh, he changed the TV out.
Oh, he changed.
That's why it's not.
Is that one bigger?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, it is. That's a bigger. Oh, so the one laying against the gimmick is the old one.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense now. Good.
All right.
I know it can go.
You're right, Lummy. I think you were right.
You're right.
Blind squirrel finds a nut.
That's right.
You must be in trash.
You're
He
right.
says not my backpack's better.
Did
That's how you're looking
What's that?
you have a good
at it.
holiday,
It says
baby?
my
All right.
backpack's better.
What is it?
Good.
My backpack's better.
What?
My
Oh, a backpack spray. I couldn't tell what it was because all I had was a bunch of gold stars on the box. I mean, literally have no clue what you're looking at.
Well,
when
that's why I
you're-
was spinning it around, looking at it, I'm like, well,
And then even then, that's the worst packaging. Okay, that's the worst packaging I've ever seen in my life. Who designed that? Like, you can't sell that in a store. It's terrible packaging.
But I guess if you're going to buy it.
It's probably they probably only sell direct.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
gonna say, and the people
Mom,
buy like,
So what's the ratio
what
here?
they're going for, like, oh, it's a 5-star.
I want to be.
It's 5-star.
5-star round.
From who gave it 5 stars?
I want to be a macho.
Why didn't they go?
I mean, even the top of the box looks like a woman pointing it at a dick with her mouth open.
Whoa. Show dick mouth.
I think they just gave themselves 5 stars, Brian. He doesn't say.
I gave them 5 stars. Stag mower and HD 4000 backpack spray.
Yeah, I think that's just their logo.
The 5-star company.
That's right.
I'm gonna start the 6-star company up and put them out of business.
Something about Mary that
dong.
was, what was it? When Silver was driving with the guy, and he was like, I'm gonna come up with
Oh, 4-minute ads. Yeah.
what happens if it goes over to 30? Nice.
Under 3, you can't get anything done under 3. 3's the number.
Any break from Grand Island?
Rival.
News.
This girl shouldn't really be wearing that dress. A little bit of a pappas.
Pappas?
The weather chick?
What does that mean?
A little pooch.
Oh.
Belly pooch.
Maybe she's pregnant.
Well, still shouldn't be wearing that dress.
Nowhere near the rare air at the top of the heap.
I mean, we know what's important.
More like the bottom feeders existing on the scraps of society. You just be babbling about.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Lomi, I was just given an update from the Merch Crick. She said that we have only, because these are based on returns, because some people didn't know quite what size their dogs were. I I think shivering Sarah Niz, shivering Niz, Sarah Biz is Kenny Prez.
Hall of Famer.
He ordered 4 of them.
Whoa.
And returned 3 after he found the right one to fit. So we have 3 size large Bubba Army dog harnesses left. That's up on Bubba Army merch. Bubba Army shop, BubbaArmyStore.com.
What's the Bubba Army shop merchstore.com return policy generally?
Return it. We'll return you. Get your money back, or you can pick another item.
New with tags, right?
Well, especially when you're a Hall of Famer like the brain surgeon.
We have but the merch crick is the best. Like if a lot of times she has to go in and alter the shipping price because the software that we use will absolutely try to kill you.
Mm-hmm.
And I just try to, I literally will either lose a little bit or break even on shipping. So
they charge you for the most expensive and hope you don't catch it.
I'm media. Yeah. It's media, Merrill.
No, shut up with that.
Jason Lindquist, 20 on the Venmo. Seth
I'm
Riley,
a part
25.
of the media.
Shut up when
Daniel
we're doing donations,
Rose,
Brian. That's 62. How we keep the bills on. Take all that from the top one more time without interruption from Brian.
Jason Lindquist, 20 on the Venmo. Seth Riley, 25 on the Venmo. Daniel Rose, 62 on the Venmo. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel Rose. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. As you know, we're way behind. I'll be nervous all month long, just driving you absolutely crazy.
What's the single largest you've ever gotten?
What do you mean?
Like through PayPal, Venmo, Cash App?
Couple thousand at one time.
Like $2,000?
Well,
2 bills?
Well, hold on. There's been like Teese will come to the gate and just drop off $2,400 cash.
Yeah, Big E7375 did that at the 199.
Yeah, so some people will pay their $2,400 right there in $100 bills.
Oh, for the next year?
No, well, for this, for the year that for the fiscal year we're doing.
Oh,
yeah. So, but there's when we do Bubba 199s, man. There's 2,000, 3,000.
Oh, yeah.
We get some hits like that. So the John Costecas, the Little Wilbur's after. There's just
Hierarchy
65, Big Red. He'll throw 500.
Randy Watson, 10 on Venmo.
So we have 3 large Bubba Army dog harnesses available. But back to what I was saying, Brian, is that the merch crick will go in and adjust the shipping so that it's more. God, it's usually after we adjust it, it's like half as much as they want to charge you. What are we with? Shopify, or I don't know who we're with, but they automatically just go right for the gouge. And some companies don't adjust it. They just go for the gouge. And if it took me the most expensive place for us to ship is Washington, California, but also like Maryland, those areas, Massachusetts.
What about Canada?
Canada, it'll kill you unless Merch Crick goes in and adjusts what she does. But a lot of times, somebody that early on, before she could do the adjustment, they bought something the second that it came out before she could start adjusting it, and they paid $850, and really it should have been $450. She'll go in and just refund it. She's the best at that as far as customer service. 3 large dog harnesses are available at Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army shop, BubbaArmyStore.com. Lummy, here's what we got coming. Wait till you hear this, because I'm trying to stock up.
Nice.
Because we have to rely on merch now a little bit more, Lummy, because Twitch is gone for the most part, except on Tuesdays. And so I've been taking people. We've built a little bit of money up in that account where I can, if you got a little money in that account, then you can start having more inventory.
Yep.
So we did. Anna had a lunchbox idea. We did those, sold out. Bam. Ooh. Then somebody had a dog harness idea. Did those, sold out. Boom. But we do have 3 large ones left. Then we had a sunshade outside workers. Guys that bust their ass outside, straw hat deal, did 100 of those Lummies, sold out of those.
Yeah.
So here's what we got. Here's what she's got ordered that should be in within the next 30 days. A tactical bag kind of a man purse, tactical bag kind of deal. You know how you see dudes, they'll have like a shoulder
satchel.
Yeah, like a shoulder sling that kind of slings over your shoulder. And you could put a gun in it, or you could put, your wallet in it, or you could put your card.
Like a fanny pack, but it's a shoulder wear.
Yeah. And it's called a tactical bag.
Yeah, we have to call it that because guys wouldn't wear fanny packs.
Right. We got a Bubba Army tactical bag coming, Lummy, and we got a Bubba Army, 2 different Bubba Army cold weather beanies coming.
Nice.
2 different kind. We got a Bubba Army blanket. Like when you're like on the couch, you need like a little. You don't need a blanket that that you can put on your bed that covers, but just a personal blanket.
Is it kind of like the one that FT Greg and Amy sent you?
Yes, just like that. It's identical.
Nice.
And then Bubba Army beach towels, they're coming. Bubba Army air fresheners, they're coming. And then there was one other that I can't remember.
You got bottle openers coming?
No, I don't got bottle openers coming.
That'd be cool. Bubba Army bottle opener for the beers.
What, you put them on your keychain?
Whatever, or you get just just like a beer can, like bottle
a magnet
opener.
deal.
Yeah, whatever.
I don't know about that.
I don't know. Maybe people would like it.
I'm open to suggestions. Anna had a great one with her lunch.
Thank you.
Deal.
That was a shower thought.
Just saying, your crowd's no longer drinking Bud Lights, so maybe they've moved up to something that requires.
I've asked them,
Budweiser.
I've always asked them to drink Miller Lite. I've never been a Bud Light guy.
I'm teasing.
Yeah, Brian.
Ever.
Somebody said more bottle openers will sell than man purses. That was Richard Longwood.
I didn't say that.
I don't think so.
I think the tactical.
the
bags are awesome. Like if you're a guy and you've got stuff, what you get? You only have so much room in your pockets,
right? If you got a wallet, here's what I roll around with if I'm going out, which I don't go out very often: a wallet, a gun, car keys, and maybe
cell phone.
A cell phone, and then I got my daily, my calendar, because I don't do anything digitally. I do everything. I write everything. I write everything down. I think this you could probably fold up and put in there as well. I don't know. I'm quite seeing if my planner will fit or not.
Seems to be some people that want car magnets.
Car magnets.
Yeah, Bubba Army car magnets that they can take on and off.
I don't think those would sell very well. You put them on the side of your door.
You got like 2 or 3 in Rumble just right out of the gate that are on board.
Lummy, I think we're doing Bubba Army front license plates.
Nice.
I think.
Ooh, cool.
So we're doing a bunch of stuff, and really, really, really trying to tap into the merchandise deal. Here is the Zuckerberg information that they gave. Meta's MetaQ is it called Meta O?
No,
hold on.
It's called Threads.
Mark Zuckerberg is set to deliver a blow to Elon. No, you're never gonna screw with Elon. I don't know that anybody is gonna ever really try to emulate or be better than Twitter. Well, Twitter's kind of the old school that everybody relies on, and you've built so much. You've built your audience. These people have millions and millions. I mean, we have 107,000 followers. You got to start from 0 over at Threads.
Yeah.
I think it's just trying to create hype for the
pretty
fight.
much. It's I guess 5 million users signed up, and what it does is that it copies who you're following on your Instagram.
Yeah,
it copies it over.
It's Instagram based.
So they use your Instagram data to probably start your new Threads deal.
Yes.
And Lummy, you started a Threads deal for us?
Yeah. Yeah, it's under
perfect.
now.
Are we gonna what does Threads enable you to do that you couldn't do on Instagram?
Not get blocked for 3 years.
Yeah.
They just said it's almost exactly like Twitter. You could do everything you can on Twitter. I don't believe the nudity though and things like that.
But doesn't Instagram already kind of emulate Twitter or no?
No, it's completely
not
different.
At all. Instagram is more like a photo sharing, commenting platform.
And so Threads you'll be able to get in more into like long form messaging and things like that.
Yeah, talk about news articles, be homophobic, anti-Semitic. All the good stuff that Twitter lets you do.
I put those Akira videos up.
Yes.
And we got completely in trouble for it. Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Because that's what some people can do. They just flag it.
But hold on. Okay, so Akira, she puts up some really naughty stuff on her deal, and she's following me, and I'm following her. So she puts some real naughty stuff up there, like way naughty. And I go, and so I tag her. I make a comment on her naughty stuff. Hey, I got Akira when she was an amateur. Maybe you want to check this out. So then I post my stuff, which doesn't show anything. I mean, like, I edited it, Lummy, for it to be like there's no nipples, there's no vagina. It's just her getting into a tanning bed and her getting into my shower at my old house in Tierra Verde. That's it. You saw it, right?
Yeah.
Instantaneously, we get flagged. And then we get what happened?
That could have been because it was 3 back-to-back posts of everything similar, so they just call it spam because they don't want computers and stuff to get on and just start posting 100 posts.
I think Lummy's theory is correct.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
So
you can't just hit it.
So if I just would have hit it once,
and then waited an hour or so, and then changed up the text maybe a little bit,
or just hit it once and then hit it the next day with a different deal.
Yeah.
You think I might have better deal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got more stuff. Should I try that approach?
Yes.
Okay. Because I got some, on Twitter, man, and by the way, our Twitter is at the Bubba Army. So go follow us on Twitter. More importantly, man, we've really slowed down on YouTube, and I'm not real happy about it, Lummy.
Yeah,
when Rhett gets back, you need to have a little meeting. I had a meeting with you. I don't want to have that same meeting with him, but I'd like for you to have that meeting with him that I had with you. And don't be a pussy.
I talked to Macho about it.
I was not, I'm not happy about some stuff.
Yeah.
So don't be, can you be a leader?
Yes.
And be, kind of prickish?
Yeah. And me and Macho were talking about it a little bit right before the show about, maybe different ways we're going to talk to him about it too.
Yeah. We've really started stagnating. Is that it?
Yeah. Good job.
Stagnating. On our YouTube, we've hit 88,700 and bam, we can't get any more. We're done. And we were doing huge volumes of increasing. I don't know. So follow us on YouTube, and that's where the show is. What's the visible show every morning, Lummy, is on YouTube and Rumble, right?
Yes, it is. Yes.
That's the only 2 places.
Melissa Carpenter, $100 on the Venmo.
She always throws down Huns. Love her. So let me can you give me an overall report on who was all there Friday at the Tampa Tarpons game? I had such a great time, and
it was a fantastic turnout.
Oh my God, what a great turnout!
Yeah.
I had people from Charleston that drove down. I had Chad and his girlfriend or his wife from
beautiful wife,
beautiful. From the Panhandle. I had, just a ton of, and a bunch of Tampa people that I've never met before.
Oh, yeah, there's a bunch.
Which I just don't understand how I'm not, in the game of keeping score, of Tampa keeping score, I am not, they don't keep my score. But, Lummy, that's as good of a turnout, local turnout. Brad James, our program director for the Big 8, AM 820, said that's as good a turnout. Now, you have to understand, this isn't just free. You had to pay $38, $39 to be in our little area. So that's a whole nother thing. And he said there's FM radio stations in town that have free events that aren't that well attended.
Yes, I've been to many of them.
Let alone events that you charge $40 to go get into. Yeah, Anna, you most recently came from that
world,
regular radio.
Yeah.
And so it's crazy to see our following, people that listen to the show and like the show and have figured out how to find the show, Tampa based, that came Friday night and watched the Tampa Tarpons pull it off in the bottom of the 9th against the Daytona Tortugas.
Thanks to you.
They should have kept number 99 in there, Lummy. The Tortugas, because that guy was throwing 98s.
Wasn't that Kenny Powers' number? Was 99? No. I'm saying in that's
real
the
life?
irony. In real life, I think it
they
was
had
99.
this one dude. We kept calling him Grape Ape. We were yelling down at him, and he was 6'4",
Oh, 55.
What was he? Let me
You 6'6", probably. I think it was like 250, 260.
Oh, he was huge. We're like, Grape Ape, 99. When are they gonna put you in there? And then he was warming up, and we were dogging him so bad, Brian. He was warming up, and I'm like, "Hey, Grape Ape, I'm right-handed, so go ahead and throw it upper right like you're gonna hit me in the head." And he would try, and he would throw it upper right like he's wanting to smash me, because Lummy, we were onto him so bad. They were wanting to throw that ball up there and hit us in the head. They were.
No, it took probably everything for them not to even have to literally look up as much.
And I wonder if they even get that heckled that bad anywhere else.
I don't think so.
Or it just happens to be, Lummy, we're also doing black hoodies.
Nice.
But they're not going to be the cotton hoodies. They're going to be kind of that slick polyester. Have you guys felt that before?
Yeah.
That slick polyester?
Yep. We're living in the age of the greatest synthetic fibers known to man. I love it.
We are.
We're blessed. It's not like the 70s anymore, where it's not breathable and it's, just thick. These new materials are amazing.
So anyway, Lummy, off the top of my head, I know that Bob from Sunbelt and his hot wife Carla was there. I know Chad and his girlfriend from the Panhandle from Tiggs Biggs Tiggs were there. I saw Little Wilbur's Afterbirth. I saw Susan Poitras. I saw Creatine Travis with his lovely wife and the baby. Your wife and your son Anna was there. I saw. God, who else did I see?
You got Semi-Autoglass Travis.
Big Red. Semi-Autoglass Travis. Heck, that guy's jacked up a little bit. God, so
Ringo
many.
Valentino, Grouper Lips, Grant and Sam and their
Brian
girlfriends.
from Philly. He drove all the way down from Philly.
Maria Guatemala, Captain Creamsicle.
Drunk Kim come and take all your time, Bubba?
Jesus.
Drunk Kim was there.
What?
Iggy McGillicuddy, Wizzy, Nash.
She was lovely.
Captain Ron, Steve the
Iggy, I
Grumpy Old
love
Man.
Iggy.
John McGrew, I think from South Carolina, drove down. Mitch the Mark's dad.
And
$10
Dark
on
Match
Venmo.
Steve. Was Dark Match Steve
Oh,
there?
Dark Match Steve was there.
I walked in with them.
But yeah, Drunk Kim was there too.
Kim, here's the deal.
What?
Bobby Williams, 25
She was
on the
lovely.
Venmo.
You weren't drunk.
She interjected at the most opportune moments.
But Kim, I know everything. Like, we have talked so much in our like, let other people talk to me.
She brings them up to you like she's the ambassador.
And don't come sit by me and just little chit chat me. Don't chit chat me. Anybody else can chit chat me because I've never chit chatted with most of those people before. So I like to chit chat. I like to chit chat with the new people that I've never met. I would like to, yes, I'd like to talk to you. Where are you from? Where you live? How do you listen to the show? What do you like about the show? What's boom. Like, I was chit-chatting with Bob from Sunbelt. Now, of course, I know Bob from Sunbelt quite well. But Kim comes in, and then she just starts...
Is she boss hogging?
Yeah, she's like, so, who you cat calling right now? I'm like, the number 12. Yeah, you think you're going to talk? Like, just stop. Susan, you're supposed to handle her. Keep her away from me.
She was distracted.
You picked Susan Poitras as your bouncer.
She's the only one that can handle Kim. She's the only one that can handle. And I usually have a conversation with Susan. I said, Susan, do you got her? And she's like, yeah, I got her. Susan, you're a little bit. You got drunk Kim game slipped a little bit on Friday, man. She was all over me.
Nothing like that rain delay, the rain out one. She was just.
Oh my God.
Was she even drunk though?
I don't know.
No. She wasn't.
So she was sober, drunk Kim.
She was sober, drunk Kim, but still very chit-chatty. Like, Kim, there's only certain... Kim, I'm talked out with you.
I have nothing else to say to you ever again.
I mean, hi,
Just
Kim.
say hi, bye.
Like, if I see you, be like, hi, Kim. Give me a little hug. Say hi. What's up? And that's it.
Honk, Bobo, and get out of my face.
Let's stop. Let's talk. Let me talk to Chad. And let me talk to, Little Wilbur's Afterbirth and Brian from Philly and all these great people that I don't get a lot of time to talk to. Let me talk to those people, not you, Kim. You hog my timer.
Yeah.
You think she actually realizes what she's doing?
No.
That's her new name, Hog My Time Kim.
She thinks that I like her a lot. And
you do.
And I do. I like you a lot, Kim. I love that you're Bubba Army. I love it. But you don't have to tell me every little thing, little minutia thing. Like she had these Bubba Army magnetic little stickers.
Oh.
So she watched it. She goes, look what I found. What do you think I should do with them? Look what I got. What do you think I should do with them? I go, I don't know, Kim. Do whatever you want with them. And then I left as fast as I possibly could. I saw Big Woody there.
Yeah, he came for a little bit.
Big Woody came for quite a while, actually.
Enjoyed the food. Unfortunately, Macho didn't make it.
Yeah, Macho, where were you, buddy? You were supposed to be in the cut. Were you wiring stuff up?
Working in the sweatshop.
Working here? Or
for Big Woody, getting all his stuff done.
Oh, your other job that we can't talk of?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You mean, but Big Woody went and enjoyed himself while he put you to work?
Yeah, he did tell me that you weren't making it because there was an emergency on the other situation. Mitch, the Mark, $50.
Oh, Robbie showed up, the internet hero.
Oh my God, the guy!
He was so stoked to be there.
The Frontier guy.
Yes.
That as you may or may not know,
Mitch Lucerini, $50 on the Venmo.
Oh, that wasn't Mitch the Mark.
No,
that was Mitch Lucerini, straight from Charleston.
Yes, it was.
So, Brian, I think you probably know. Friday we have a complete Frontier no internet out. Like we're out. Like there's not any. Like we're done.
Yeah.
And we so much rely on the internet. That's how we deliver the signal.
So much?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I got to think Hunter Law. I mean, you guys probably couldn't really function without internet, could you?
We have local servers we could do some work on, but for the most part, no, we need internet. Our phones, our everything, yeah.
Right. And I know Tom Bean with his Domino's business and his other 14 other businesses couldn't work without the internet.
No, but he'd still sit there at his desk waiting for that to come back on so he could keep on working.
With his Zen music.
That guy's a workaholic, man.
That guy works. He worked like I told him, I said, Tom, you need to get on some sleep medication. He's like, I can't sleep. I go, I know, but you need to sleep. He goes, no, I just like to work. I go, but Tom, it's going to kill you. You're going to kill yourself.
Yeah, he's going to die at his desk.
He's going to die at his desk, putting some numbers together.
So when he goes up to Georgia, I mean, does he have like really, really good internet up there? Or?
No, but he has internet nonetheless. He's got it.
Oh, he's got to kill him.
He's got it. He's actually that's where he's at right now. As a matter of fact, in Georgia, I got a call from him yesterday.
Marking trees
and laying roads in and all kinds of stuff. I don't even know if Gina likes the new place.
Gina wasn't very well. You can ask her yourself when she comes in at 8:00 about the new place and everything they have going on in their lives.
Well, I mean, you got a $10 bill from somebody. John, $10 in the Venmo. Thank you. John who?
John McGrew. He was at the game.
Oh, he was?
Yes,
Thank
he was.
you, John.
The South Carolina guy.
Does Gina have an opinion about the new 43-acre spread?
Yeah, I'll let her share it with you when she gets in. But we'll see. I'll hold her to task if she's not being honest.
Now they sold the old cabin, which I'm familiar with. I stayed at probably a half a dozen times to the guy who owns this building, Mark Tate.
Yeah,
and he loves it. Like he's there almost every weekend. Have you ever visited the LJ?
No
cabin?
No, it's been offered to me. I just I don't feel comfortable accepting people's generosity.
What do you mean?
I do. I'm moving into my friend's penthouse today.
I generally don't, like when people offer me something, I generally don't take it for like anything for free or anything like that.
Oh, that's my bread and butter.
We know, Anna. We know.
Yeah.
It's in your blood.
It is.
Is that your type of place though, Brian?
I wouldn't mind it. The problem would be the missus, getting her up there and the daughter and just having them like the drive up there and all of that.
8 hours, 8-hour drive.
Yeah, and then 8 hours back. I mean,
it's like 10.
You got to come and go. And with a kid and a wife, rugged. It ends up being a 10-hour drive.
And it's very rugged terrain. Like, I mean, getting in the driveway is treacherous.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know what maybe Gina would know the angle of the driveway, but I mean, it is very. You really have to know what you're doing. And Brian, you're not the most manly guy when it comes to driving, I don't think.
I'm not the most manly guy when it comes to anything.
The The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
And this is a hit town, and I'm a hit deputy doing a hit job in a hit jail.
John McGrew and Mitch Lucerini. Robbie Williams. Jay Gator can tell Brian is
Tweety, Tweety.
You wouldn't be out there with your axe chopping down some trees.
I can mix it up with the best of them. I can get down and dirty. I can get hoity-toity. Whatever we got to do. I'm a chameleon. Hoity-toity. It was a good attempt at trying to spell it out. Hoity-toity. Toity.
I don't know. You know how to spell it?
Hoity-toity?
Yeah.
No, never spelled that one out before.
You never looked it up?
I know that that's not how you spell it.
Let's see. Hoitytoity.
I don't think so.
That's what mine.
Hoity hyphen toity.
Is it close?
Yeah, you didn't get the Y at the end of hoity-toity. So he was really close, and he was a letter off. It may have been a typo.
That's true.
But it's hyphenated.
Oh, you missed that.
So he missed the hyphen.
Good morning, Cecilia.
It was a good effort, Jay Gator. I wouldn't have known how to spell it either, quite honestly. Never had to before. Never will again. It's hyphenated, Lummy's gob. Hyphenated. He said spell check was a bitch for sure. I wonder how many times he tried typing out before he said, fuck it, close enough.
Yeah, just put it out there.
Yeah.
It would help the.
They'll know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If I don't hit send now, it'll be too late. They'll be off topic. Everybody be like, what is that comment? Good morning, LM Close.
Good morning again, Gene.
I knew who you meant, LM Close. I'm the only baby here.
Morning quicker ticker.
The Piss Ant show's on here. Everybody loves the Piss Ant show. Is that your favorite show, Lummy?
Yeah.
Where do you watch it?
What's up, boy, Fancy? Huh?
Where do you watch Piss Ant show?
On my TV.
Yeah?
And on YouTube.
All about the tubes.
Yeah, the Piss Ant TV. It's a good show. And Rumble. It's a big Rumble guy.
Yeah, we're in Rumble. Anna is the bathroom queen.
Oh, you don't know those?
No. What are you? You're on Yuzu Tizu?
I'm on both.
Yeah. I'm gonna make urine real quick.
Two girls going to make your. What's up, Xerxes 69?
So let me this TV behind me is bigger.
Oh, nice.
I think.
I was trying to see your picture.
Bubba's fucking TV Depot.
TV Depot.
Tony Manrich, what, 1040?
Yep. Bellhauser 7, good morning. Gator. Morning, Fix Cat.
Felix the cat says good morning to Anna.
Not Babyface, though.
No, that's fine.
Babyface upset.
No, I was just letting Anna know because she's not paying attention to chat. I didn't want these people thinking you're some rude bitch for the wrong reasons. I want them to only think you're some rude bitch for the right reasons.
Oh, okay. Appreciate it.
Brian must be the one bitch here.
I am a little bitch. Baby farts. Oh, that was a good one, Iggy. See, because instead of face, it's farts. That's the joke.
I got it. Thank you for explaining.
Good morning, Felix.
Oh, autocorrect got him.
Now that's funny. That's the second comment was funny. And we got a good morning, Anna, from J Gator 44. Oh, I'm sorry, Gay Gator 44. I think that the J is a hard J.
Close.
Yeah, I definitely flaunt my money. I'm.
Broadcasting live
Filthy bastard!
from the den of sin. Just leave your morals at the door.
Yeah!
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I can't thank Big Red enough. He just does so much for us. All the new TVs that have, well, we had 2 TVs on the stage that were burnt out. And he replaced those so beautifully. They just are so seamless. And then there's a new one behind me, a bigger one. And he did that. And then, Lummy, that area that you and Mach are, that used to have Tate's tanning bed that needed lit nonetheless.
Yes.
I think that's my 3rd or 4th of the day. That is now very well lit.
Very well lit.
So, Mach, I think you're happy with that. We can start maybe ordering some show me the shelves that you would need or something like that. We can start making that, that's got a lot of storage area.
Yeah, we're going to clean it out and brush it down and spray it out and hose it down. And
Let me have you noticed that since I've laid down that peppermint rat spray that we haven't had a rat issue?
I have seen that. It seemed like that actually took care. I think people were hating on it too.
Oh, they were. But I read a review. Actually, I got a Facebook messenger from a woman who listens to the show, and she's like, me and my husband, we have a cottage like somewhere, in Maine or something like that, and we would be gone for the winter, but we would come back like in March, April, and spend the summer. And every year we would come back, our house would be infested with rats. We had traps. We had bait stations and the whole 9 yards. They blew through all of those, and we would have a rat problem all summer long. And then some old timer that lived there year-round came over on their last day and said, spray this stuff, and all through the attic and up through the gutters and just around the perimeter of the house, the baseboards, all that up into the attic. And she said, we never had a rat issue ever. So I went online, the same stuff that it was on Amazon. I think it was like maybe $23 for a gallon of it with a sprayer, Lummy. And I sprayed the entire building. And for a while, if you guys remember, it kind of had a peppermint Christmas tree smell to it.
Yeah.
But I didn't think was really overbearing or bad. Anna, you're probably the most sensitive to sniffs and smells.
Is that a nose comment?
No, I think it is.
No, I think it was a big nose comment.
She doesn't like certain.
The air's free, isn't it?
Like if I Febreze or sometimes a candle, she'd be like, ew. Like she's the most sensitive to that.
Yeah, it was fine.
It had nothing to do with her nose. And she was like, hey, this peppermint stuff doesn't bother me.
Mm-mm.
And so Lummy, and since then we've not had a rat issue.
Now, can we put that on our Amazon? A couple people in chat asked.
Yeah. Do you know which one it is?
No, I'll get with you on it.
Oh, yeah, I'll send it to you.
All right. We had speaking of rats and animals, we had a duck caper on Sunday.
So I had a duck caper on Sunday that made me cry.
Oh.
Because you shot a duck?
No. You go first with your duck caper, Lummy, and I'll go with my duck caper. Then we got to talk about how the world just recorded its hottest day ever. It is so hot, no matter where you live. It's supposed to get to 104 today in Tampa.
Shut up.
But my mom, I stayed with her on Monday night. And she's like, listen, Foy, you can turn that air however you want it upstairs, because she's got an upstairs bedroom. And she usually keeps it. Now, my mom likes it cold, like me. And she keeps her house at 69.
Oh, nice.
That's rare for an older person.
Yeah. Well, she's, she likes it cold. Well, her poor little unit, it's a new one. I think Travis looked at it or something like that. It's good for her. But I put my air upstairs down to 67. Well, it was just running her unit, Lummy, just running it to hell.
Oh, I bet.
And it ended up like causing the drip pan to overflow. And it's just so hot. People are just, I bet the air conditioning business is going crazy right now.
I've got a 2-story, and the second floor just will not cool down until like 10 o'clock at night.
Right. It's
so bad right now because I have to have, it has to be 72 degrees for me to fall asleep comfortably. Has to be.
Is your bedroom upstairs?
Yeah. I have the fan running and 72 degrees. As I've dialed it in. That is the perfect temperature for me to fall asleep.
You know what mine is?
67, I think you said. 61 degrees?
61.
I'm a 68er.
Wow.
Anna, you're a 68er?
Yeah, to go to sleep,
Yeah.
I need it real cold because I like to bundle up.
Oh, see, I'm a sheet sleeper.
Oh,
I only like to have a
like to
sheet on me.
bundle up.
So 72, and the fan is perfect with a sheet.
Right.
How
many of us sleep with a fan? I do.
I do.
It's like
And AC.
Oh yeah, well of
Blasting.
course, Anna. AC is Let me. What are you? What's your AC regimen?
69 at night and 72, 73 during the day.
Right. And Brian Mach, Jesus, I can only imagine. What, you sleep in a freezer?
67.
What do you get, a customized freezer?
Yeah, 67 for sleeping.
Yeah.
He has his own unit right on him.
74 for working.
I got a window shaker and my regular air. So I blew my mom's air up, but I think I fixed it, Lummy.
Oh, good. You suck it out.
That's why you only stayed with her for 2 days.
He broke it and left.
I'm out of here. It's way too hot. Good luck with your AC, Mom.
No, I slept pretty good. I slept pretty good. I did at 67.
Oh.
I just, had less covers on me.
Yeah, that's really, if you I'm with just the sheet, 72 is fine. If I had like a big heavy comforter on me or something like that, then yeah, I'd have to be down at like 68 or so.
I wonder what Gina is. Because I bet you Tom likes it cold and she likes it hot as hell. How about over at the law firm? What's the law firm tip? Who does the thermostat at the law firm?
So it's kept by the front, and the problem with that law firm is that
just this particular problem with that law firm.
This particular problem with the law firm is the front half gets so much colder than the back half. So they keep it at, and it's an old unit, and it's probably not even registering right. And it's like a Frankenstein's monster. Ken did it. So
yeah, Ken did it. So hold on, Ken did it. So here's what. Hold on. When you say that,
yeah,
and only I would know what that means. But when you say Ken did it, that means Ken cut as much corners as he could to get the big. I mean, I don't know,
to get the best price possible.
Oh my God! And he probably even drove to Daytona to save $50 to get some unit that just got pulled out of a Domino's. That's a rehab refurb Willie, right? I mean, like
100%.
Yeah, exactly.
100%.
And he got some guy on a Thursday at 5:00 to come in off of his regular air conditioning job to install it, and it took 3 days to install.
It's pretty much.
But you saved $81 on the install, and you saved $110 on the unit. But you got some hand-me-down Willie stuff, hodgepodge, red tape Willie nonsense.
Yeah, after hours rush job.
Right. That's red. Why do you think we call him Red Tape Ken? Everything's got a bunch of red tape to it. Nothing's clean with Ken.
No.
Like Ken didn't come to you and Gina and say, I just want to let you know, I got a very, very reputable air conditioning company coming in to put a brand new 5-ton unit with a new air handler. It'll get installed on Saturday. So make sure they have access to the building on Saturday. And it's brand new with a 10-year warranty and everything like that.
Like, so
it wasn't that at all, was it?
No. And so the back gets super hot. So like we've learned to live with it back there. It doesn't get super hot, but it's
now who's
it's
all
definitely
back
warmer.
there? You and the other dude?
Me, the other dude, and then the other female lawyer that's in the office.
All right, cool.
And so,
and who's up front? Then that's
up front,
Regina,
the
secretary,
the secretary, legal assistant, and the paralegals.
Yeah.
So, and then another Red Tape Ken special was our fridge went a couple years ago. So he goes and buys this, like, I don't know if it was used or slightly
I
used,
guarantee it was scratch and dent.
Yeah,
I promise
open
you.
box. But he buys this Kenmore, right? Well, guess who's not making really appliances much anymore?
Kenmore?
And
he bought it because he's got a Oedipus complex. He wanted to have his name on the refrigerator.
So the fridge is fine. That's not the problem I have with it. The problem is it has water filter for ice and water.
Right.
You can't find the filters anywhere.
Right.
I'm having to go to like eBay and find people who buy them from like used places and buy water filters so we can have clean drinking water at the firm. So
because he bought you a 2018 open box Willie.
No, like a 2015 open box Willie that was scratch and dent back of the they left it in a warehouse somewhere and didn't
Brian,
know
you
if they had
really,
it.
really flip. Get you a little window shaker for your office. That'd be nice. Just hang it right out the window there.
Nothing's classier.
I mean,
going to a lawyer's office with his AC unit blowing.
So aesthetically, the building looks nice, right now, because there's no window. All the air conditioning is all and it's little
the building
units in the
looks
back.
nice, but they picked the cheapest paint colors in the world.
All right, hold on.
They got on sale.
Hold on. The building looks nice, right? But when you got a new client, tell them to pull on the east side of the parking lot, because if you pull on the west side of the parking lot, you're going to be able to see Brian's window shaker. So make sure you park on the east side of the window.
Don't park your car there because it'll drip all over
right.
it. Mildew on your
Nothing
car.
would white trash that building up more than if you had a full-blown Montgomery Ward window shaker in there just blasted. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Montgomery Ward.
I don't think
that's the one Ken would buy me.
Oh, yeah.
That's the Montgomery Ward.
He'd go to eBay and find an 86 Montgomery Ward that was never ever used.
It's new in box, man. It's a great deal.
Somewhere in Ohio. But
he'd drive to Ohio to get it. I saved you $22.
Is he? Yeah. Listen, I love Ken to death.
I love Ken to death too.
I love Ken to death.
He's salt of the earth, man.
I have nothing bad. I love Ken. We have a whole new. Ken and I have gotten along better the last 2 years than we ever have. But not having Ken in this building every day is such a relief. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
I mean, him just being upstairs, coming and going, and being Ken. Whew, gets a little exhausting at times. Love him. Researchers in the U.S. reported that the Earth experienced the hottest day ever recorded by humans on July 3rd.
Some were saying the 3rd, some were saying the 4th, but
unofficial data from the University of Maine scientists at the Climate Reanalyzer Project first suggested the record had been broken, an observation later confirmed by scientists at the U.S. Centers of Environmental Protection. There are more to come, new data from climate. Brian, is this just bring the global climate, world warming people, does this give them complete, erections? Does it really matter?
I mean, I guess if that's your business and your industry is pushing that and what needs to be done about it, then yes. I mean, does it matter? Yes, in a sense. I mean, if there's, if there is truly something that humans could do that's not, aspirational but impossible, right? Nobody's going to stop driving. Nobody's going to stop
nobody's
using plastics.
Nobody's going to go all battery.
Yeah, right. And even then, all battery is not good. I mean, you got to mine the lithium. Yeah, it's we should have gone with hydrogen fuel cell technology on cars, but I digress. So yeah, I mean, look, you can't deny it. It's happening now. You can argue whether or not it's man-caused, if it's a natural progression of the earth, it would seem
Aren't
to...
they saying cow farts too?
Well, yeah, they produce a lot of methane. But it
They're
would,
burps, please.
It would seem to, the data that we have would seem to suggest that we're definitely playing a role in it. But again, what are we going to do about it? And half measures aren't measures at all. So does it make sense for you to be the one person is driving the most fuel, not driving a car at all and biking everywhere? Because if it helps you sleep at night, fine. But
better exercise.
It's not gonna change the world.
I like that one exchange we had last week. Lummy, who was it that was that? I forget which. He's a real famous senator or congressman. Is it?
Yeah, Kennedy.
No.
RFK.
No. It wasn't. No. It was the one dude, and he
from
had
Louisiana.
No. It was the one real popular dude. I forget his name.
Jim Jordan.
He's a Republican.
Jim Jordan.
Well, John Kennedy's. He's
No,
the older
listen
guy.
to me, numbnuts. You
Let him
gave me.
finish.
Would you let me finish?
Go ahead.
And he had the
Boomer.
guy from the current administration, like the EPA or something like that, and he said, can you tell me right now you want us to spend 50 billion or trillion, might have been trillion. You want us to spend $50 trillion to do all this stuff by the year 2050, but what's it going to do to the actual global temperature? Remember that exchange?
Yes. Yeah, that.
And it wasn't
I think he's
Robert,
from Kentucky.
He's very famous, and Brian will know who he is as soon as you give it to me, Lummy. Hello, who's this?
Hey, good morning, Bubba. It's Mikey B.
Hi, Mikey B.
Hey, I just want to touch bases a little bit on that weather thing. I mean, yesterday here in Cape Coral, in the sun, felt like 119 degrees. Unfreaking believable.
It's like that everywhere, buddy. I mean, hey, it's summertime.
Oh, no, it's
summertime. Will Smith, summer.
I know,
summer,
but I've been here 15 years, and I never experienced more than a feel-like temperature of 110. All
right, well, big deal.
No, I mean, it is. I've lived in Florida my whole life. This is the last 2 weeks are the hottest 2 weeks consecutively I can remember ever living in this state.
I think it was John Kennedy.
I think, but Lummy, I think it's good for the hurricane deal. Keep the hurricane.
We transition now into the El Nino weather pattern.
Lummy.
Yes.
Lummy was right.
All right, buddy. Thank you. No, Lummy, it was not Kennedy.
I think it was John Kennedy.
Maybe I'm not being clear.
You're right.
Senator John Kennedy from Kentucky.
You're right. I'm thinking of the wrong Kennedy.
I know.
Not that other Kennedy. The other Kennedy.
I wanted you to watch this, Brian, okay? Tell me what you thought.
If we spent $50 trillion to become carbon neutral by 2050 in the United States of America, how much is that going to reduce world temperatures?
This is a global problem, so we need to reduce our emissions, and we need to do everything we can.
How much, if we do our part, is it going to reduce world temperatures?
We're 13% of global emissions.
You don't know, do you? You don't know, do you?
You can do the math. We need to.
You don't know, do you, Mr. Secretary?
So we're 13% of global.
If you know, why won't you tell me?
If we went to zero, that would be 13%.
You don't know, do you? You just want us to spend $50 trillion, and you don't have the slightest idea whether it's going to reduce world temperatures. Now, I'm all for carbon neutrality, but you're the deputy secretary.
I'd be like,
I don't see no damn teeth.
I'd be like,
he's a lawyer.
Mr. Kennedy, you got me. But can you smile? Do you got teeth?
Because it's really distracting.
You got teeth?
I can't see one tooth.
No.
Department of Energy, and you're advocating we spend trillions of dollars to seek carbon neutrality, and you can't, and this isn't your money or my money, it's taxpayer money, and you can't tell me how much it's going to lower world.
He reminds me of Grandpa Munster.
But hold on, Brian. As you indicated a few minutes ago, he's an attorney, and you can tell he's an attorney by just the way he questions.
Well, he has a point on this,
No, hold on. He's got a huge. No, listen,
it's a valid point.
I want everybody to understand. I'm on Kennedy's side on this. I'm like, you're going to have $50 trillion that you want American taxpayers. Then give us some stats. We're not going to be just 50 trillion schmillion. Give me stats. You got to give us up. We need stats. I'm on this guy. I'm on this guy's tip, very much so. But you can tell he's very much
right on it.
You can tell, Brian, he's a lawyer. He will not let it go. He'll take that one spot and shove it right up your ass.
Yep.
World temperatures? Or you won't tell me? You know, but you won't?
In my heart of hearts, there is no way the world gets its act together on climate change unless the U.S. leads.
Tell me how much it's
The
going
US
to
needs to
reduce.
lead.
You can't tell me. Either that or you won't.
Boom.
No, he has a point.
He's got a great
the,
point.
The counterpoint is somebody's got to be a leader on this is a good point in theory, but again, I don't see China and India jumping on board with this.
Yeah, they don't get
and if they don't jump on board with this, then I
it's a
don't
moot
know
point.
that any efforts that we make matter. And that's the problem I have with it. It's not, clearly there's issues, okay? And I don't think there's a lot of doubt that human activity is causing the acceleration of it. There's probably, we're in the midst of a natural warming cycle anyways, but it's being accelerated by human activity most likely. But again, you don't just spend money to spend money. You spend money for solutions. And if it's not a solution, then I don't, if it's a half measure, it's not a measure.
June was the hottest month on record. The new heat record comes on the heels of one of the warmest months ever recorded in the parts of the world, including the UK. Or the meteorologist, what is that?
Meteorologist?
No, the meteorological agency warned that the new heat records would occur more frequently because of the impact of fossil fuels, major greenhouse, blah, blah.
This is such crap. It's all crap.
Yeah.
You can't control the elliptical orbit of the Earth. You can't control the tilt of the Earth, and it all cycles. It's been a lot hotter than this. Go back, when the dinosaurs were here. How was it then? It's such crap.
We
still want it to be,
very rare appearance from Macho
He's very
Man.
passionate about climate change.
But
now we know his
very
issue.
valid, a valid one at that. Yeah, global warming is a scam. Dig it. Oh yeah, it was hotter when the dinosaurs were here. Yeah, dig it. Yeah.
You know what'll cool is a cool snap into a Slim Jim.
And let me ask you, I guess maybe you, Macho Man, because you're probably the one, or maybe Anna, that are biggest into fitness and the various phases and things like that. But I see everybody
Fitness
doing
of the earth.
No, don't interrupt me. I'm on to something.
I'm
here.
sorry.
No problem.
Yep.
But and this started out. Jeff Jaragante was one of the very first people that started kind of doing it. He went to Poland and did some kind of like some kind of retreat with some real popular dude. And about 2 years ago, he started doing these cold plunges.
Oh, the Wim Hof stuff.
Now everybody is doing these cold plunges.
I see it everywhere. Everyone has a cold plunge, or they're doing cryotherapy,
or they're doing. Most of them are doing like they get like a trough, like one of these big horse troughs, and they fill it full of ice and water, and then they. I think is it 30 seconds? Is it something like that?
I was actually talking to Matt Arroyo's wife about this, and they do 11 minutes a week. So they can split that up however they like. That's their little regiment.
11 minutes a week.
She does 4-4-3, and she says Matt does 3-3-3-4.
So hold on. 11 divided by 7, it would be 1 minute and 57 seconds a day.
Yeah.
So call it 2 minutes a day would give you 11.
3-3-3-2. I can't do math.
All right. Well, if you were doing it every day, it'd be 2 minutes. Is 11 minutes the magic zone?
That's what she said.
And what are they saying that this does?
It's incredibly helpful for inflammation is the main thing, and
I don't
it also
seem to
helps
got anything inflamed.
Well,
a
lot of internal. Well, you got to think about like athletes.
I got extreme is my stomach.
I mean, the process of building muscle is very. I mean, it's anaerobic. I mean, it causes stress on your body. And so it's an inflammatory process, just like anything else.
You see this with athletes all the time. Yeah. They're constantly putting ice on things. I mean, you think about when you're injured, you put ice on it. Well, you just kind of submerge the entire body in ice for a while, and it has apparently a lot of beneficial effects. Have you heard of this Wim Hof guy? This MFer is insane.
Jeff Gigante went on a retreat with him.
With Wim Hof.
Yeah,
he has this whole breathing technique.
That's the retreat.
I know
went
exactly
on.
who that guy is because he does it. I think it's like a male only thing oftentimes, and they go on this retreat and they go hiking and they go plunge and they go swimming in the frozen lakes.
Me and Lummy make it about 10 minutes.
This guy's insane.
Lummy, we go to you guys got to hike up that mountain. I'd be like, are you kidding me? I can't get up that mountain.
We'll see when you get down.
When you guys get down and it's time to do the cold plunge at the buffet, I'm there.
Yeah.
I'm there all day.
Here, I'll pull up some Wim Hof.
I'll be at base camp if anybody's looking for me.
But I mean, if you look at Twitter or Instagram or everybody's cold plunging now. Like everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
Oh, and it's in Poland and everything. Okay. Jeff may be in this video.
And it also validates I was correct.
You were right, booby. You even got the country right.
We'll get to that next. Hold on.
1, 2, 3.
The audio torture never stops. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If she's here, bring her in. Let me make sure she's on camera.
Oh, really?
I told
Let's see if Jeff's in here. Oh, like they have Jesse Itzer, a lot of those guys. What's his name? Oh, that's the violin guy. Hi! Hello. How are you? Thank you. How have you been? Good.
She's so excited to have another female in here.
I know. I don't always do that. I don't know how to act.
I wanted to come here.
Thank you very
much. With Wim Hof.
Yeah, Mike
Posner. First-hand experience. You can listen to the podcast or read a book, and I've watched all the Wim videos.
Okay, there's this guy right there.
Matthew Hussey.
Sheep Hussey.
His name. Lewis Howes. Have you heard of this guy? Self-development. There he is.
No, I'm not into self-development.
Yeah, you already developed.
I mean, come on, please. Tinker with perfection.
Nothing like high def right in the morning. How have you been?
Anna, you like the new look of the studio?
Anna?
I mean,
Gina?
Yes, I
Gina.
know.
I met Gina. She knows the fuck.
I've been good. Just scrambling the last few days because of Uncle DeSantis. So.
Uh-oh.
No, I was
What's going
talking
on
about
with
the
the
studio.
San Fran?
What do you think about the studio's new look?
I like it a lot. Oh, I didn't see that back there. Look at me. I just
Look
came
at the
in.
front of the stage has
You did.
monitors now.
Come on, Gina.
Wow. You know what?
She still thinks we're on the bone.
Yeah.
That's how little she listens to the show.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Oh, look at that.
I bet you Gina never, ever even listens to the show.
No, not once, ever.
But I don't, you know what? I try not to, other than Twitter, I really don't even.
It's probably.
Yeah, I deleted TikTok. I don't go on Facebook.
You deleted TikTok because it's becoming a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just be honest, okay? You know, not even Gina's perfect. She has her little vices, and she would stay on TikTok for 3 hours.
I would. You know, they
It's
call it, you
addictive.
know, like, what is it, like the trance? I mean, you
Yes.
couldn't
Well,
stop.
it's designed that way, yeah. The Chinese know what they're doing.
That's all right. I'm good. Thank you.
And the more you look up stuff, it just gives you more visuals.
Yep. Perfect.
And it's like any addiction.
Well, and then the algorithm, everybody's algorithm is different. So, like, there for a while, it was like.
Right.
Would yours be
That
girl
step-
shoes?
That step is odd. Be careful on the way down because it's deeper than you think it is.
So I don't really listen to.
That's what she said.
This mother.
I know. I have to deal with it every day.
I'm so sorry.
This motherfucker. You should see.
There's
You should have to deal with him on the air. He thinks he's Superman.
It's mostly just for like inflammation.
Pisses me off.
It reduces inflammation.
Putting that in there would be like.
Oh, your pink. What did you say?
Yeah,
They submerge themselves for a few minutes.
Yeah, that would be painful.
Yeah.
You could,
autophagy.
You can always get like an insulated pouch for your
Like a warmer?
your ding dong.
Yeah. That's the only problem. I
Just
see with
dip it. Just dip it in.
I don't even know what that's from, but okay.
Yeah.
We were talking about ice baths.
Now, Brian, is there ever a time that you're at the office and you and Gina never see each other?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's days where we're both slammed, or one of us is, and the other, you know.
Is there some times where she just locks her door all day and doesn't want to deal with your bullshit?
I mean, she usually doesn't come in on those days.
Yeah, because there's no way to avoid it.
What you eating, Bubs?
A little
Factor.
Factor taco.
Ooh, it smells like I can
With
smell
ketchup.
We have ketchup, of course.
On a taco, yeah. How do you not eat it? How do you not eat a taco without ketchup?
Is it corn or flour tortillas?
Flour.
Naturally.
Cheese.
Mm-hmm.
Corn.
Corn.
He likes his corn.
Yeah.
Live
Well, I
veggies.
like it because it's a good tracer for my poop. So I can know when it comes out. I'll eat white corn one day.
We just had a colonoscopy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we got a nice play-by-play of that.
We named this polyp.
Oh, he has a polyp?
It got removed, but it was benign.
What was his polyp name?
Brian.
Patty Apollo.
Patty.
Patty Apollo.
There's little Wilbur.
Yeah.
Little Wilbur Jr.
Ding dong.
Bubba's just gonna buy a camera and have Dr. Dan do his own colonoscopies for him here.
On his iPhone.
Yeah.
Do what?
Using his iPhone.
Is that your first one, Bubba?
The first one, what?
Your first colonoscopy?
No, I had one before.
Did you? I finally made Tom go.
Gina, that stiff-headed motherfucker better go.
He did. He went. He did.
Because you know how he is. He's a little fucker when it comes to that.
He's good.
And it will save your life.
Yeah, he doesn't have to come back for 10 years.
Okay, well good, because you know how he is. Just like when I told him to use my little hair gimmick.
I'm not gonna be a spread anymore.
I told him to use my little hair gimmick.
Yep.
Nope, not fucking doing it. I even bought it, brought it over there, everything. Not doing it, not doing it.
It's still there.
Fuck. Well, why don't you fucking help me out every once in a while?
6 seconds.
Damn, Gina, no, you're not trying hard enough.
Sometimes he gets
In Bubba we trust. In Bubba you lust.
Naughty, naughty.
This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Yeah, it's one and the same.
Regina, how are you?
Face ratio.
I'm awesome. Thank you. It's been a hot minute. Thank you for having me on.
And the only reason we're having you on, because usually you don't care about being on, and Brian's the only one that cares about being on, but there are some huge laws that family law took. There was probably as much changed
It's
about
like 200 laws take place July 1st.
and a lot of them were really family law, and it's my understanding that these particular laws have been sitting on like the last 2 or 3 governors' desks for a while, and finally DeSantis signed them into law, and so now they're laws, and now these are things that Gina
has to learn.
Need to get the word out.
Yes.
I mean, people need to know that, family law, and more specifically alimony, has changed a lot. So I'm thinking, Gina, you probably are going to get, I know that you're always busy, but you might get a new surge of an influx of people now specifically about these new laws coming to see you, because this is a game changer in some people's lives.
Absolutely. The alimony cuts both ways. I will tell you that. I'm a little bit torn because I see both sides of the coin. I represent alimony, payors and alimony payees, people who are receiving and people who are paying. But there are actually 3 laws that change. 2 are major. One is slightly minor. I agree with 2 of them wholeheartedly. The third, the alimony, I understand wanting to modify it, but I'm really torn for some alimony recipients that I think, they're going to get screwed.
Are there going to be some women that really been living high on the hog, whose party's coming to an abrupt stop?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's some dudes that have been really paying out their ass whose party's about ready to begin.
Yes, 100%. I mean, I had a conversation with...
and you probably represent both sides of those fences.
I absolutely do. It's about 50-50.
Now,
I see both sides.
Have you had some women call you up and say, Gina, this is Rhonda, and I get $10,300 a month from Jerry that I divorced 10 years ago, and I think under this new law it might go away. Gina, please help me.
Yes, all weekend. Let me tell you, I sat down. So
Hunter Law's been busy this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it was a holiday weekend. I sat down. It was Tom's mom's birthday on Friday. Bless her heart. We took her to Kobe Beef, where they do
the hibachi.
Yes. Yeah, the hibachi grill, and the Friday was the deadline, so I'm kind of checking my phone. I text a few of my friends. I'm like, I think he's going to sign it, man. Everybody's like, no, it's not going to. Because the alimony reform bill's been up the last 10 years every year. Rick Scott
he denied it twice.
He denied it twice. DeSantis vetoed it last year, almost the same bill. And it kind of went to the wire, but DeSantis has been kind of rogue this year, and people are like, oh,
kind of rogue. He lost me. DeSantis completely lost me.
Completely.
And he lost your husband, too, because him and I talk politics a lot. And we were like kind of Ronnie D. We were big on
during
Ronnie
COVID.
D. Well, his first 4 years, nailed it. These last couple, completely screwed the pooch.
Yeah, the whole woke campaign.
Oh my God! It starts with Andrew Warren taking on Disney. Just go. It's just one after another. It's like, how evangelical and far right do you got, buddy? Stop! That's not what got you in office.
And he won't back down from it. I don't know.
No,
who's
he double downs.
Yeah, I mean, here's what I don't understand, because.
By the way, 813-90 Bubba, if you have any questions about this particular topic that we're talking about, and that is the new family laws that have gone into effect, most of which are, one of the biggest one is alimony.
And equal time sharing.
I see a couple phone lines ringing. Let's go to them real fast before they leave.
I want her to explain just the
Well, I don't want to miss this phone call. Let's get this phone call, and then, we're going to go through. We got plenty of time. Tom's out of town. Regina can stay as long as she wants. Hello. I was talking to Tom when he passed the Georgia-Florida state line yesterday. And I was trying to be off the phone to him by the time he got to Macon, and I didn't quite make it. Hello, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Bubba.
Yeah.
Hey, just wanted to say hi and thanks to Regina. I'm glad you guys are talking about this on the radio. It's a good topic. I had Gina represent me. I guess it's going to be almost 3 years in December now.
Oh, wow.
With the divorce. And yeah, and I know who I am, right, Regina? Anyway, I just wanted to say thanks to Regina and her company and her firm. Bubba, you've told everybody over the past that she's the one to go to for a divorce and family law if you have anything like that. And I just wanted to give
unfortunately, I've been in that system quite a while, and I've had a couple different attorneys, and I've always got the best resolve, the fairest treatment at the best price from Regina. She is free. No, I mean, yeah. Okay, hold on. Yes, but now, she also got some stuff done that was virtually impossible. I mean,
And there was
she's a lot cheaper than Nancy Harris was.
Well, yeah, but she actually had to unwind some of Nancy's stuff too. And I mean, sir, I've been screaming Gina for well over a decade. And if you're going through a divorce or you need a prenup or anything, you've got to at least have a consultation with her so that so the person that you're going against can't get her. You at least got to get that.
Well, I appreciate it.
Sir, hold on. Let me ask you this question. As good a service as you got from Regina, can you imagine if your wife had Regina and you had somebody else?
I'm so glad that was not the case, Bubba.
Yeah.
And I didn't get the free gimmick like you got, but 100% money well spent. One thing I did like and really respected about Regina and her people was just the way that they handled situations. Maybe when you're not at your emotional best or you're not feeling your best, she was always there to guide me.
Regina is the calming factor that us men need when we're ready to make a knee-jerk, man pissed off mistake, and Gina will calm us down and tell us not to do it, and we won't do it because had we done it, it would have cost us dearly. And Regina is that calming effect that'll calm you down, because I've literally been on the verge of a full-blown meltdown, ready to go out and shoot the entire place up, and she's,
more than once.
Yeah.
So Regina and I talked about this.
Huh?
Oh, good.
Brian, don't
I'm
interrupt
sorry.
the caller.
I was trying to come in.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on 1 second.
But anyway, finish it up, buddy. This is enough Regina ass kissing fest. Go ahead and finish it up.
Gina can summarize this with analogies she likes to use. She's there to make sure you don't get a bad tattoo in Ybor City when you're drunk.
Right.
That's my,
exactly.
That's true.
analogy.
But
right?
she's also in the tattoo removal business too. She'll get that thing lasered right off you.
I'm sure she is.
All right, buddy. Thank you. Regina, do sometimes you use that analogy?
Well, I tell people a lot of times going through a family law case or particularly a divorce is like being drunk in Ybor, right? And you might
Which
think,
you have been before.
Well, yeah, I have back in the day.
Right.
And, you're walking down the street and you're like, oh, I want to get a tattoo of Mickey Mouse mooning the world on my,
right
arm.
shoulder.
And, right shoulder. And, I'm your friend to go, that's permanent. And even though they do have lasers, it's more expensive, more painful, and sometimes it can't completely be removed. So I say that to try to put an analogy in people's heads that many times when you're going through a divorce, you're not completely at your best.
Not of sound mind.
And you're also in a competitive, you're like Johnny combative, like this is a game and you don't want to lose. And you're like, listen, you know what? The bottom line is the more competitive and you think this is a winnable game, the more it's going to cost you for one, and the worse it's going to be for two.
Or you're on the other side where you're like, oh, it's okay, because you feel guilty or you don't want to do this or you don't have the fight in you, and you're not making rational decisions because you just want to run the other way. So you're making decisions that are the easiest, not necessarily the best.
Regina and I were talking about this the other day, and she goes, criminal law attorneys get bad people on their best behavior, and family law attorneys get mostly good people
on
at their
worst behavior.
And that's the difference in practicing, and that's the challenge in practicing in her area.
Like, when I have, say, a wife who clearly is having an affair, right? So they're kind of love drunk, right? They're being love bombed. They're not really thinking straight. And it's like, yeah, I'm going to give up,
Their spin instructors telling them nonsense.
What?
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, everything's going to be awesome, and I don't need this, and I don't need that. Let's just be done, because they're going to go marry Captain Save-A-Ho, and everything's going to be good. And that's an aspect of, quote, being drunk going through a divorce.
So
not only
the combative, but also the lay down Sally, right?
Yeah, lay down Sally, man. I mean, it's real.
Just gave you a new term you're going to start using.
I am. I'm going to steal it.
Don't be a lay down Sally. Don't be a
lay down Sally or Mustang Sally. You gotta one or the other, man.
Hello, who's this?
Hey, this is Hawk You Up from chat.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I just want to ask Gina a question. I've never been married.
I think Regina only speaks to people that are sober. To be honest with you, I think she might make you
sober.
Okay.
Sober.
I swear to God, I'm sober.
All right. Well, then ask Gina.
I've had a monster, just like.
Ask Gina your question so we can get into these laws. Go ahead, buddy.
Yes, sir. The time sharing. I have a son who's 8, and she's never put me on child support. I just give her money whenever I've had a job, and I had cancer for the past few years, so I don't know what would happen if we went and before a judge. Like,
you would be you would totally get it broke off in your ass, buddy.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
Gina, I mean, if they have no record and he's just been willy-nilly giving her cash, there's no paperwork drawn up, and they finally try to go legalize this, and she gets a Regina Hunter, and they go Retro Willie on the backside.
Well, Retro Willie is only 2 years, so they can only go back 2 years from the date of filing. So if he were to go in and want to establish his parenting plan and parental rights and everything, one, the law changed. So there's 3 laws that changed. One is in paternity, that if dad signs the birth certificate with mom's permission and witnesses, then he's the natural parent of the child, and paternity is established. And 2, there is a DeSantis signed a law last week that there is a presumption of equal time sharing for mom and dad.
That is so good for men.
I don't disagree with it.
Because, usually, Gina, the starting point used to be Wednesdays and every other weekend, and it was unheard of for, you had to fight. You know that. You had to fight for 50-50 back in the day. Now, it looks like it's the starting point,
It
right?
is. So the starting point pursuant to the law,
How much money I would have saved if that was the starting point?
Well, you wouldn't have had there wouldn't have been a case.
Right.
So the starting point in the law used to be best interest, and we talk about that where, where Nancy went through the factors with you. Those factors still exist, right? But it used to be one parent would have to come in and they had the burden to prove that it was in the best interest of a child for them to have time. And many times it defaulted to moms having more time than dads. I'm not saying the statute's gender neutral, but just the way people live in
the era
nature.
that I lived in and got in the era that I fought for Tyler at that 2001 era. And me being who I was, it was amazing that she got me what she got.
100%, because it was. I don't want to say unheard of, but it was definitely a fight to get equal time sharing.
She fought it out with Cliff Curry. She wouldn't back down.
Nope. And Cliff is, he's one hell of a warrior too. So,
yes.
But I will say now you're walking in on an even playing field.
Right.
And if one parent wants more time, then they have to go through those factors to prove why it's in the child's best interest. It is assumed that it is in a child's best interest to have equal time sharing with both parents.
Well, saved me $150,000 right there.
Well, the problem I'm running into now is I've only had him Saturdays my whole life, and I've never argued with her because I didn't want her to put me on child support. I just respected her wishes.
You're getting ready to be put on child support.
As you call it, I don't know if it's a legal term or not, but you're getting ready to get put on child support if you want more time, buddy.
Yes.
Well, if the equal playing field's 50-50, wouldn't that just default to that?
No, so a lot of people, this is a misconception about equal time and child support. Just because you have equal time does not mean you have no child support.
Right.
So if a parent earns more money than the other parent, there will be child support even on equal time going from the
I know
one parent to the other. So
right. Do you make more money do you make more money than her?
Doesn't sound like it.
No, I haven't been able to work since I got cancer 2 years ago. I'm fighting for disability.
Yeah.
So I mean, you might not have a child support amount. If she makes more money than you, then there's a very good chance that she may owe you child support if there's an equal time sharing.
Whoa.
But you got to get equal time sharing.
You got to get it doesn't.
What's your living situation like?
Correct. I mean, if you're living on your buddy's couch.
I have a very stable home. Been here 30 years. This is my parents' home. They've taken care of me and helped me during cancer. But it's a very stable home, and I
miss the Gina segments.
All I want is to see him overnight, and she won't even let me see him overnight because when I was on the chemo, medicine, I wasn't able to, but now I am.
So I would strongly advise you, if you're in Florida, I didn't get the county where you're at, but you probably want to go down and file. You want to go down and file for a parenting plan and to establish a time-sharing schedule. And the presumption is equal.
And you could probably just get those at your local courthouse.
Yes.
Would it be a good thing to tell her or not?
Well, that's up to you. I don't know your relationship. You may want to see if she'll agree to it.
Is she hot-blooded? Is she Latin? I mean, like, what? Is she Puerto Rican? If she's Puerto Rican, man, woo!
She's the white country girl, and we're very good at co-parenting.
All right, now, are you guys, that's great. You guys are good at co-parenting until you tell her that you're going for 50-50 and she might have to pay you.
Yeah, until you go rogue.
Go ahead and get back to me on that one, how that goes.
Yeah, maybe I'll just go to
I'd file it up, Willie, and change my phone number immediately. See you later, buddy. Enough of you.
I have a question for Regina. How often do you see, like, the fantasy Captain Save-A-Ho, as you say, work out? is it close to zero? Are you almost always right, or are you sometimes surprised?
I gotta excuse myself from this conversation.
I've been doing this 25 years. I've seen one cheat up. I mean, most people cheat down. Period. They always cheat down because
in terms of like hypergamy.
Yeah, you can't look, I mean, I say this all the time. Like, if somebody's going to, cohort with a married man or a married woman, they're not a person of substance, right? So it's a cheat down. There's always another reason for it. And in the words of, the great poet Snoop Dogg, you can't housewife a hoe. So there you go.
The great poet.
The great poet Snoop Dogg.
You can't housewife a hoe.
I'm being funny, but look,
you're actually being dead on.
But I have seen one cheat up, and it was, she was a smoke show. She was everything. He was married to his high school sweetheart, got married because she got pregnant, and they're still together, and
Good.
She's wonderful. And, they made this beautiful child together, and they really shouldn't have been together, and whatever. But, I mean, that was years and years ago, and they're still together. But rarely do I see a
cheating situation work out.
Most people cheat down.
Hello, who's this? You're on the air with Regina, 813-90 Bubba.
Hi, this is John.
Hi, John. You're on with Gina.
Hi, John.
Hey, I have a question. Hi, I have a question. I have a timeshare agreement with my ex-wife, and for the last 4 years, we have split 50-50. I pay child support. She refuses to let me see my child, speak to him, anything.
Now, hold on. Do you actually, hold on. Do you have a court-appointed agreement, or do you just have, you guys?
It's court-appointed.
All right.
Well, you have to file a motion to enforce or contempt. I
did once, and they made her let me see my son. I got to see him for one weekend, and then she pulled it all over again.
Well, you got to keep coming back, because if judges don't like to see repeat offenders, I can tell you that. She might have gotten a little slap on the wrist that first time for whatever reason.
The judge will be on your side. He'll be like, "Why are we doing this again?" Right, Gina?
Yes.
The judge will not think that. At that point, she thinks she's in charge, and really the court is in charge.
Yeah, I once had a client who was refusing to allow time sharing. It was actually my client, and I did everything I could to swayed her, try to persuade her. I knew that the judge was going to lose it. And the third time we went in, the judge actually pointed her finger at my client and said, "If I see you in here again, you're going away in cuffs."
Do you ever take those judges aside and listen, I'm so sorry. My client's being difficult.
Look, judges know.
Don't blame that on me.
Look, judges know. Judges know.
No, in that case, would you say, because I've been there when you talk to the judges, after they call me a fat ass, but would you say, Your Honor, I've expressly told my client that she needs to conform with the visitation deals, and she just won't listen? Or you can't throw your client under the bus like that?
No, you don't throw your client under the bus. You try to advocate. That's the hard part about being a lawyer sometimes, is you do have to advocate for things you don't necessarily personally or morally agree with.
Right.
So my client definitely had her reasons as to why she didn't want the child to go over there, and you advocate for that. But, walking in there, I'm, almost in a argument with the client, because I'm like, you're not going to like what's going to happen. I mean, I'm just telling you, his judge is not going to play. This is the third time we've been in here with the same story. I'm trying to keep you out of jail. And, the judge ultimately...
You think they know it all? Like that, you're some rookie and I've never done this before.
Well, sometimes there's this victim mentality, too. Like, where I'm going to fight and I will go to jail for my child to know that I did everything so they wouldn't go over there.
All right, Penny Pinellas Park. Good.
Right.
We'll see how that works out for you.
Yeah.
Hey, sir, go and file those papers that Gina said. Get in front of the judge. He will not like her doing that.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Yep.
813-90 Bubba.
Can I sneak in with another question?
Yep.
I really find this really interesting.
Anna, we got
Yeah, but people
The woman who's never going to have a child on this one has a lot of questions about child support.
She's interested in the psychology.
Yeah,
it really is.
Truly am, because it's really interesting, and a lot of self-reporting is off. So Gina really has some, true stats behind the scenes.
I mean, I got a packed bank of phone
Yeah.
lines.
Well, they can hold.
I got a whole bunch of new laws.
I got a curious mind. Of the women that come to you that file for divorce, how many of them have someone on the back burner?
Man,
Seems like you're worried about cheating.
It's really interesting to me.
Well, I would say it's probably down the middle. I mean, I many times they know that their husband is cheating, or they found out that there's somebody on the other side. But I would say about half the time, I would say somebody on the back burner or somebody very, creeping up on the front burner is 90 to 98% of the time.
But this is a no-fault state, so that's not really factored into anything, is
it? But she's just curious as to why they do it. It's emotional insurance, too. If you're getting cheated on or think you're getting cheated on, then it hurts less if you're not the one invested, right? So you divest from the relationship and potentially go out and
I would
look for
say
other...
when there is some people that are coming in for a divorce, and I genuinely don't believe that there's somebody else involved, right? And that's a symptom of a much bigger problem, right? So getting a boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever you like is a much bigger problem of, communication, lack of whatever. So you find somebody else to crawl under.
I'm just saying.
And, but
there's probably some dudes that have come to you and be like, my wife won't give me oral anymore.
No, they don't get that specific. But if there isn't somebody, it's usually a result of like a severe mental illness or drug or alcohol.
Really? That's what's driving people to get divorced?
Personality.
If not infidelity.
No. I would say 95% of the cases that come in are infidelity.
Really? On both sides, men and women?
Yeah. And then 5% are drug, alcohol, severe mental illness, bipolar, schizoaffective disorder, narcissistic personality, borderline. And that's probably about on cue for the general population. I mean, about 5% of the general population probably has a personality. We see a lot of narcissism and narcissistic personality disorder and bipolar schizoaffective disorder.
What's the percentage of people that walk in as friends and say, hey, listen, this isn't working out. We feel it's best that we move on, go our separate ways. We want to be very, very friendly about this. I mean, is it usually not like that?
I would say maybe 10%,
really?
8 to 10%.
That they both come to see you?
No, I can't see both, but where everybody's on the same page and it's done. They're friends, but they just don't want to live together anymore, and they want to.
They're roommates.
Yeah, they want to raise their kids. They're not angry.
Or their kids are raised.
Yeah, or their kids are raised older.
A lot of empty nesting divorce. Is there a lot of that?
I see a lot of that.
More so.
What's the oldest couple you've ever divorced?
In their 80s.
Could you imagine?
No. No.
Well,
how long was it? Was it a long marriage, or was it like a second marriage?
Well, I divorced. They were almost. I think he was 91 and she was in her late 80s. But she was in a nursing home, and he wasn't, invalid. Like, she had dementia, and really the nursing home, as long as they were married with his income. She wasn't going to be able to stay.
So it was a financial decision, not a we can't stand each other. That's what I meant was
she didn't know who he was. She didn't even know who he was.
Yeah, what's the oldest couple of sound mind that were just like, we can't do this anymore?
70s.
Yeah.
But I will say I see that more because of the onset of testosterone, Viagra, and Maseratis. I mean, when you're late 60s and you have access to testosterone pellets and you got a wallet full of cash and 30-year-olds running around Trampa, man.
And a 35-year-old Trampa bitch at Union at 11 o'clock.
Granny
no
can't compete.
On.
Granny can't compete.
Listen, I got to go to words because the Regina phone lines are packed.
Woo!
813-90-BUBBA. You can always call Gina at her office. It's 844-ASK-GINA. 844-ASK-GINA with all these new laws that we're going to talk about here coming up next and the phone calls. it might be a time to pick up the phone and revisit your alimony and some of these new laws, and maybe revisit your visitation that you have with your child. And Gina is going to be at the forefront of all these new laws. 844-ASK-GINA. And if you want a consultation, if you mention my name, you get 50% off. So that's that. I got all my phone lines are packed right now. 813-90-BUBBA. We'll get to those and those new laws next.
Why bother with broadcasting excellence when you can have broadcasting decadence instead? The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
5% of them, both on just collectively men and women, is infidelity. Is it usually the case that they're saying, I'm having an affair and I'm
really fucking
on someone better,
infidelity shit,
or that
Brian.
they're having an
it's
affair?
Her amazement by her parents are divorced, right?
Yes.
She's trying to understand that.
Oh, maybe.
She's caught up on that.
Or an Audi going in and somewhere.
Okay.
On one side or the other.
Okay.
So
what it is?
infidelity is
I
probably
think
the
so.
biggest thing that brings people in, but I wouldn't say that's the biggest reason for divorce. That's just the final straw. I think what brings people to infidelity is very complex.
Sure.
You know,
There's lots of problems. They start seeking attention elsewhere.
like I had a guy not too long. He loved his wife. They had 2 beautiful kids. She was beautiful. He was good looking, successful, mid-30s.
Oh.
But she turned into minivan Taliban man. You know, like everything was the kids. Everything was Disney. His last straw was he went and bought them a cruise to go blah 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 somewhere, right? Like
Caribbean,
whatever. Because he wanted his wife. He loved his wife.
Just him or with
Just
the
him
kids?
and her. And he went so far as to
Mommy?
fly
Yes,
her
Bubba.
parents.
Go to those people and tell them just to be patient.
So they can take care of the kids.
Take care of the kids, and he had everything packed. He had
commercial is
everything booked.
here in Dead Area right
And
now.
she
Back in about 6
flipped
minutes.
out.
If you don't run.
Absolutely was not with the kids. Made him.
What did she think was? Oh, because he
We're
surprised her
commercial
with the
right
cruise,
now.
so it's
We're
not
back
like
in
she
about 6
wanted to
minutes.
go.
Yeah, you're just gonna hear Dead Area.
Well, they ended up going on a Disney cruise with everybody, and that was the final straw for him.
So she was down for the cruise, but she thought the kids were
We
coming.
are currently not
Well, she didn't know anything about the cruise, so
Come
he
back
was
in about 6
surprised. Like,
minutes,
look,
and
let's
you're
get
gonna
back.
see
Let's
Dead
go
Area.
be ourselves. Let's
Yeah.
go
Come back to you.
find you and I.
Yeah.
And it was something that was suggested by, you know, the
Therapist.
therapist. You know, like surprises. She used to like surprises. She used
Okay.
to like the spontaneousness.
So he does that, then it backfires. And they go on a
And it wasn't so much
about
it backfired
6-7
because
minutes.
it
So
surprised
you're
her.
here Dead Area
It
until you get
backfired
back on the air.
because it didn't involve the children. He's like, I don't have a
All right.
life
You
anymore.
wanna hold
I
on to
don't
that?
have children.
You will hear
Lost
Dead
his
Area.
best friend.
Yeah,
He
when
lost
we come back.
He's like, I don't.
the
You know,
show.
I mean, the kids became her obsession, her life, forever. And he lost his best friend. He
Yeah.
lost everything. So
I lost
eventually
everything.
that devolves into finding Amber at work.
And there was that as well.
Of course, there always is.
Yeah. I mean, in that case specifically.
Yeah, I think it happened after the filing, but I think he was it was pretty religious, you know. I mean, so he was a stand-up guy, but I think he didn't want to do anything until after it was formally filed. But at least that's what it was. But you know, what ended that marriage? Amber at work, or the psychology leading up to it?
Yeah.
You know, that's, I mean, then there's also people who just live in absolute mental illness terror of the ups and downs of bipolar.
What's that?
You know,
And I'm assuming they were
give us
like
money.
that when they met them.
The fuck are you sitting there just listening for free for you?
All
this free advice. Yeah.
Somebody is a lot of fun.
It's $100 an hour for each of you. So just pony up.
Everything.
Let's let that train horse rip the rest of the show.
Down, and then it's just a roller coaster after that. You know, when relationships happen really quickly.
Yeah.
And you get married really quickly, and it devolves.
So I look at like national statistics of who files for divorce, and they say it's like 70 to 80% women who are filing. Do you find that to be the demographics in your?
Yeah, I mean, demographics in my firm are about 50-50 of men and women.
Who file?
Yeah, I think. I don't know why, you know, women would file more. I mean, I don't really.
Maybe
Well,
prior
a lot
to
of-
these laws, they could. Sorry.
What I was going to say to you is more women probably file pro se, and that's where this skew is. Represented parties is probably more split equally, but I'm guessing more women file pro se for divorce than men.
Well, I listen to a lot of I don't know if you're familiar with the red pill community, and they have a lot of press and stuff like this, and mostly it's because at least prior to July 1, that there's more favorable outcomes.
I was just getting ready to say that.
Yeah, because
it was more advantageous
benefits
for
from the divorce, so that women know.
Well, I mean, did you get the John McGraw?
Yep, then that was the guy from South Carolina.
Mitch Lucerini.
Yep.
Bobby Williams.
They're in control of alimony.
Brian and I said.
Did you get Mitch DeMark's dad?
Yep, $10. He was at the game.
The case anymore in Florida. Really, it's that. How when was the biggest change you've seen prior to
Melissa
this?
Carpenter.
Yep, I mean Brian said it's $100 an hour here.
Jesus, Anna.
Okay. So this is a big change.
It's the biggest change.
Hey, Gina, Anna, why don't you get a consultation with Regina? It seems
I
like you
get
got a
half
lot of
off?
questions.
So I work with this guy Bubba. Can I get half off and just tell choose questions for an hour?
Try fucking wearing her
Honestly, I
out.
think it's really interesting.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Yeah.
All right, okay, here we go. 28.
Jesus, Anna. Jesus, Anna.
Oh, yeah.
Making Regina use up all of her words during hot mic.
God dang, fuck.
She's legitimately interested, though. It's not like she's fucking Gary Cox in her. It's.
I don't know what that means. Reference.
She does that shit. How much she doesn't know about the show?
Well, I mean, that's way before.
They're like a bunch of sharks circling in the water, searching for blood or any sign of weakness, and are ready to strike. This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
She doesn't come in very often because she's real bougie nowadays, and the radio show isn't nearly as appealing to her as it used to be.
No, that's not it.
Well, Brian doesn't want his mic time taken
Yeah,
up.
can't get a word in edgewise with Mike.
I've been pushing her to come in, Bubba. She's like, I'm going to wait until the law changes. I'm going to wait until the law changes. I'm like,
that is true.
I'm like, it's time.
If there's any indication by how busy the phone lines are and how inquisitive Anna is, then we need Regina in probably a little bit more than she has been. Maybe every other Brian time or something like that.
Yes.
I know she's doesn't have a place to go to in Georgia for a couple of years.
Yeah, it's going to be a while, and I'm not RVing it, man.
No. Now Tom's up there right now, marking trees and digging holes and all kinds of things. And Simba didn't even go.
No.
Whoa.
No.
Now does Simba have kind of Tom grief because like as much as Simba is your dog, Tom's is Tom's his partner.
Oh, that's his road dog.
Well, here's the question: you and Tom get divorced. Who gets Simba?
Oh, that would be a fight to the death
for
right there.
Real.
Yeah.
What? Now listen, that is a legitimate question. Even though we have a bank full of phone calls, what would happen? Do you have Simba in your prenup?
No.
You need.
He didn't even exist.
They got to do a post-nup for him.
Yeah. No.
What would happen? I think you guys would probably do visitation.
Yeah, we would do voluntary visitation, but I will say this: Simba goes to work every day with Tom.
Every day.
Tom rides with him. That is his road dog. I could not. I mean, Simba is like pouting at home right now because Tom isn't there. But hopefully he'll be back tonight.
Because
so
his
there you
complete
go.
ritual is completely screwed up.
Yes, completely.
He now, Tom says he'll wedge himself underneath the stairs by the front door and just wait for him to come home
all day. Yes.
Yes.
And he'll sleep on his side of the bed to smell the pillow. He's obsessed with Tom.
Yes.
So there you go.
Simba might be more impressed than you are.
Yes. Yes.
Simba would grieve more if you guys broke up than you would.
He's psycho ex-girlfriend.
So are you going on the record right now to say that you would give Simba to Tom because it's the right thing to do?
Yes.
With the right of visitation. With the right of visitation,
Would you be a Wednesday every other weekend, bitch?
Equal time
There's
sharing.
no presumption of 50-50 for this dog.
Man, if you guys got divorced and he worked where he worked and you worked where you worked, it would be really easy. You could just, because you guys could exchange them there, right?
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
there's any two people that aren't ever getting divorced, I think it's you two.
Absolutely.
For
It
real.
won't happen. No.
I've never even seen you guys fight except once when he shaved Simba the wrong way. That's the only time I've ever seen you guys
and the
fight.
time he almost lost Simba.
Right.
That was like
That's
in the
true.
same week, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you were a real bitch on both of those. I hate to be honest with you. I
Yeah.
got to stick up for my friend on that one.
Yeah, we really don't. I mean, we've gotten into a few heated debates, I'll call it that, but never fights.
Hello,
so.
you're on the air with Gina. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hi. Is it a ma'am?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're on with Regina.
Can
I'm
you hear
sorry. I'm sorry for the mistake.
No problem. I had a question about laws changing possibly for grandparents or adult siblings. Has
No.
any of that been addressed?
No. And grandparents' rights really don't exist pursuant to a Supreme Court of the United States case. So there's a right to privacy in parenting.
Gina, isn't there kind of a misconception, an urban legend misconception of quote unquote grandparent rights?
Well, there used to be. When I first started practicing, I actually would file petitions for grandparents' rights. And there was a Supreme Court of the United States case that said that's unconstitutional because there's a right to privacy under parenting. Now, there is in Florida, if a parent passed away and the other parent is a felon or in prison, grandparents can get rights. I mean, it's pretty dramatic, and it's a set of circumstances I wouldn't wish on any child. There is a way for grandparents and other family members, next of kin, to take temporary custody of children if they're in a bad spot. If mom or dad's on drugs or mom or dad can't care for a child. But that's really abuse, abandonment, or neglect, and that's temporary. But
Ma'am, can I ask you a question? Can I get a little nosy and then specifically, like, what is your situation as to why you would ask this question? Like, be a little more specific. Maybe Gina could hone in on being able to give you some better advice instead of just general terms of grandparents' rights.
Absolutely. My brother passed away. There was a big age difference between the two of them, 20-ish years. She is not a citizen, but she does have papers.
Man, he sounds like a pimp. You got a younger Colombian hottie. Yeah, it's my boy. Sorry.
And
the answer is no. No. I will tell you right now.
Okay.
Hold on, Gina. You're going to say that Consuela from Colombia, who's 22 years, she's got more visitation rights than Grandma?
100%. She has all the visitation rights. The only way grandma, grandpa, sister, aunt, uncle, cousin,
now, is she
anybody,
the mom? Was she a new woman, or is she the mother of these children?
She's the mother of the children.
Oh, okay. Well, then Gina's right.
The only way that you or your parents could come in and get visitation is if she abused, abandoned, or neglected the children.
You're playing drugs on this bitch.
If she...
Oh, sorry.
Anna.
Oh.
That's not.
But
that
if
is
she
not.
is,
That is not the recommendation and/or advice of one Regina Hunter Esquire. Thank you.
If she is, candidly, if she is parenting the children, they're not abused, abandoned, or neglected under the law. You have no right to force to see them. You have no right, no say in their life or their upbringing. None.
Ma'am, can I ask you a question? This is Bubba. Do you have a relationship with Consuela at all?
No, she has created a lot of stuff in her mind about us that's not true, and unfortunately, I feel sorry for her in that respect because she truly believes it.
Now, is there
And
any
we would
way?
have never done.
Is there any way, shape, or form, as much pride as you would have to swallow, but the end result maybe having a relationship with your grandchildren? Is there any way you could play nice with her and like say, hey, can every couple weekends we come see the kids or get to see the kids, or is that not doable?
It's not doable. Even when my brother was alive, she
hated you.
Do you think she killed him?
Barely let us. They were a house away,
Oh, sorry.
and we weren't allowed to be around the kids. She's very very paranoid as to the
May
way
we
she was
ask
raised
what
throughout.
country of origin this woman emanates from?
Mexico.
And
all those
were there-
Mexicans,
were
they
there-
get crazy.
Were there any suspicious circumstances surrounding his death?
Do you think she killed him?
Brian asked that.
That's a whole nother issue.
But
no.
hold on, ma'am. Oh, no, she didn't.
So I
No,
will
she
say
didn't.
I will say this for people who are in the same situation, grandparents, extended family, and you have if you're ever worried, well, how can I make sure if I pass away that my mom, my dad, my family will see the children because the divorce or the breakup was so. You really can't. You can't leave.
Can you put it in your will?
No, children aren't chattel, meaning children aren't property, so you can't put that in your will. But what you can do, because money talks, right? I mean,
bribe her.
Well, you can have a life insurance policy, and I know this might be too late for you and your family with your brother, but for anybody else that's listening,
Everybody pay attention.
if you have $1 million life insurance policy and you leave grandma and grandpa as beneficiary, and people get really nice and allow time sharing when they know they're going to get a new house, when they're going to get a new car.
I gotcha. So
When
here's
they're
what you
gonna-
do: is her husband could have left $1 million life insurance policy payable to his mother, and Consuela leave her nothing, and Consuela has to play nice if she wants grandma to scratch off any
Yeah.
$250K.
Yeah, money makes the world go round, right? It's really funny.
Gina,
how
that's
people...
good ass advice. I never heard anything like that.
Yeah, I'm full of these little zingers after 25 years, man.
Yeah,
So, but what I mean, here's the thing. It's like, look, little Johnny and little Jane are going to come over and see grandma and grandpa for the weekend, or private school ain't going to get paid.
Yeah.
Your house ain't, I'll buy you a house.
Right.
I will buy a car. I will do this. I will do that. But we
But
have to be involved in the children's
We need to see the kids.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the only way that I've been able to give advice on how
And
to.
see, ladies and gentlemen, you just don't get that from the regular family attorney. They people that haven't, that didn't used to, moms carried a switchblade in their bra. I mean, that only a woman that has come from those upbringings from Dayton's, Ohio, would be able to give you that type of little Iggy.
It was
right?
an ice pick, man.
Ice pick. I'm
It was
sorry.
an ice pick. Classy woman.
Right.
man.
Her dad's
Come
the
on.
one that carried the nickel plated 45 at all
Yeah.
times, even
Yeah.
when he was a felon.
Yep.
So, ma'am, it sounds like you're kind of screwed. I mean, I don't mean to be the
You got
the
some money you
messenger
could throw at this bitch?
of bad news. Now, is she financially well off? Is she okay?
Well, being that they weren't married, the house was sold and went to the three children, but she gets the Social Security for the kids. So we assume she's doing okay, but
Now, how old are the children?
5 and 3.
All right, so they're not adults where you can reach out to them and say, "Hey, come see grandma and
No.
grandpa." They're completely under her
No.
control, right?
Yeah, there's not
Yeah.
really much you can do.
So, I mean, I'm going through a
No.
sad situation as well, and sometimes it just sucks, and people say, "Oh, time will heal," but I mean, I don't know, man. Sometimes you just are dealt a real crappy hand.
Is she?
It is, and
she a citizen?
we're not bad people.
You don't sound. You sound.
I'm
Like
sorry?
you sound like a great person.
Is
really.
she a citizen?
She has papers. She might
Oh.
fall under what's the dream?
The Dreamers. DACA?
Something,
Or
yeah,
Did I
yeah.
just make that up?
Unless at this point,
Okay.
I don't know if she's gotten them at this point.
Did she call you Blanco Diablo?
Well, listen.
Sorry.
Sorry, we couldn't help you.
Diablo Blanco.
Sorry, we couldn't help you out on your situation.
Well, I thank you.
right.
I can let my mom know because she's the one that's destroyed over this. So
Yeah, my mom's all tore up over my situation too, man. It affects a
Oh,
lot.
I
It really does.
understand.
It affects a lot of people, man. Hey,
It
thank
does.
you
It
for
really does.
thank you for listening. And anything further on down the road, if you know anybody that needs any family advice, 844 Ask Gino. Okay.
Real.
Thank you so much.
All
You
right.
guys have a great day.
Let's get into that alimony bill.
Hall of Famer, the Bubba Light,
We gotta take
$10
calls.
rant.
Let me clear these two, Brian.
We gotta take all the
But
calls.
she's got to get into it. This is major
I
stuff.
understand that, but we got real people that
Brian,
need
who's
real.
hosting the show?
Brian, not only that, but these two people can sign up with Regina's the way I got it figured, bitch. We can talk about the laws till the cows come home. I got potential customers on the phone line. Don't you know how to make $1 around here, bitch? Hello. Be like Tom Bean saying, "Don't answer that phone call." That guy wants to order 3 large pizzas. Jesus, God. Hello. You're on the air with Regina.
Hello.
Maybe Brian was right. See you later. Hello. Last call. Don't call because Gina's got to break these laws down. They're very important. Brian's also chomping at the bit. Hello. Go ahead.
Hey, I had a question about the 50-50 thing in Florida.
Yeah.
How would that work, like, from Gainesville to Apopka, like, school-wise and all that?
Well, the presumption is 50-50. If you don't live within a reasonable distance of each other, I mean, 50-50 really wouldn't be in the best interest of children, and I think it would, be easy for one parent to prove that really wouldn't work out because they can't go to 2 different schools every other week, right?
Yeah.
So it
so
really.
Could you do summers and weekends to kind of make up the difference?
Well, that's what we do anyways, but even weekends, it's not really fair to give one parent every school day and the other parent all the fun time.
No,
also,
you're right.
Extracurriculars happen on the weekends, and that usually happens around school. So,
you're right.
It makes it difficult when you live greater than, I'd say 50 miles away from each other.
Sir, can you take? I mean, I know you're running a 349 excavator right now, but can you take us off speakerphone or something? I feel like I'm in the cab with you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've dropped this thing off the roof a couple times.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard for me to hear off the speaker, but I'll do it.
All right, take me out. Take me off speakerphone. Regina is just killing us. So, Gina, what advice would you give this guy? They geographically don't live where 50-50 would apply necessarily. So, what do you do?
Well, it kind of just defaults to the best interest. I mean, everything is in the best interest of the children. That is still the standard. The law has just recently changed that there is a rebuttable presumption, which means that it can be overcome. It's not written in stone, but you can't argue against it. But there is a presumption that equal time sharing is in the best interest of children. If one parent believes that the children going to 2 different schools in 2 different counties every other week, which is logical, is not in the best interest of children, then there's going to be an unequal time sharing. So
Right.
if the parents can't physically do it, then there will, by definition, be unequal time sharing.
Sir, is there any way that you could, move closer, or is your job, conducive to where you got to stay where you got to stay?
Let me say this.
Hold on, let Gina say it.
Let me say this. In the statutes, and this is important, this is a new change as well. If a parent moves within 50 miles of where the children are, so let's say you got divorced or you had a custody agreement, you had to move to Gainesville and she's in Orlando or whatever, I don't know. But if you move within 50 miles of the children, now that is a substantial change in circumstances to
That's
modify.
on her.
Well, now he can come in and modify his time sharing agreement to ask for equal time sharing. It used to be that if you lived away, and this was really unfair to service members, people in the military that,
Right.
They created children here, left and went to Dayton, Ohio Air Force Base, came back, and now they have to do a long distance plan. The fact that they moved back in town wasn't enough to change the plan. Well, that's changed. So if you do move within 50 miles of them, the statute now says that's a basis to modify your time sharing schedule, and there's a presumption for equal time.
So,
at that
sir,
point.
if you could get within 50 miles of her, how far? If you're in where? Would you say you're in Gainesville and she's in Apopka?
No, I'm in Apopka. She's in Gainesville.
All
And,
right. Well, no, hold on. As the crow flies, how many miles is that?
I'm not sure. On the GPS on the phone, it's 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Well, that's
and
with
that's
traffic
at night
and
with
everything.
no traffic.
Let me
no,
maybe-
that's at night with no
I'm
traffic.
doing it now.
That's more than 50.
Just take Apopka and take 50 miles.
113 miles.
Okay, so, sir, if you could move, 53 or so miles closer to her, that you could, start talking about maybe some equal time sharing, which is half as much as you are now. Right now, you're 113 miles. If you just move 50 some miles closer,
63 or more,
63 miles closer, then that may not affect your. I mean, it may be a real crappy commute to work, But at that point, Gina, he's at least in the ball game of maybe getting 50-50, right?
Yeah, there's a presumption for it if he's.
You didn't know that before you called this show, buddy.
Woohoo!
No, I didn't. But if I could afford to move, I'd try to get a 3-bedroom, and I'd try to go for a sole custody.
You're not going to get that, buddy. Why do you think that you can go? Why do you think you'd get that?
Just because of the situation. The children aren't happy there. They call me crying whenever their mom lets them use the phone. She holds them against me. I'm not against anybody's life.
Well,
choices,
I mean,
but they're 9 and 10.
you'd have to
She
at that
took them
point.
to a
You'd have to
pride
listen to me.
festival.
Listen to me. You'd have to lawyer up with a person like Regina, and then you'd have to be able to prove that she's an unfit mom. And I'm telling you right now, I'm not a lawyer, but Gina will probably back me up. That's a tough nut to prove. It's a tough. I mean, anything less of her walking in the courtroom with a heroin IV, strung and drunk with no clothes on. That's tough to prove that she's unfit.
Taking them to a pride fest is not something the court would be like.
Right.
She loses the kids. You get them all the time.
Right.
Yeah,
Straight from the MAGA rally.
Yeah. And kids being unhappy isn't enough either. I mean, I will tell you, teenagers by and large are just unhappy. When they don't get their way, they call
Trust
the
me.
other parent to get an iPhone from them. So
You and I know, don't we?
yeah.
No. They're 9 and 10, and it's been going on like this for years. We're from Charleston, and she used to work at the Joker. Like,
You mean
I know you
strip
used
club?
to be up in Charleston.
Yeah, it's a hell of a place.
Yeah.
All right, well, listen. We told you what we told you. You're probably not, just because she was a stripper at the Joker doesn't mean that you're going to get full custody. You're just trying to get half. And right now, the easiest way for you to do that would be move within 50 miles of her, and then you can start that process.
Yeah, I'm going to start looking for sure and see what it would do to the commute for work. And I appreciate everything.
All right,
Bubba.
buddy.
And,
Thanks. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
844 Ask Gina. Now, Gina, let's get into the law.
Alimony.
Let's get into the laws. And you said
Okay.
there's 3 of them.
Yeah, there's 3. They're 2 major, and I was talking with Anna on a break.
No,
and,
I know. Trust me, she was just driving you crazy.
No, not really. I mean,
She was asking for a friend or something.
I've been doing family law for 25 years now, and this is the largest change in the law since I've been practicing. We've had...
In your entire career, this is the largest game changer.
Yes, it is.
Wow. Those were the questions I was asking.
Personal injury had it too this year.
Yeah.
I mean, almost every facet of life had
Civil
the
law.
largest change on the civil side.
Well, even on the criminal, didn't he sign a law that it's 8 out of 12 for death penalty? I think that was a big change in criminal law.
Yeah, only 8 per. Yeah,
8 jurors. Yeah.
So
what was it before?
It was.
I mean,
unanimous.
Ronnie's coming in heavy-handed, isn't he?
But I gotta say, and this is my commentary regarding the alimony and Ron DeSantis before we really get into it. I don't disagree that a change had to happen. I just don't know that it had to be this dramatic. However, that being said, everybody's kind of put on notice now. But for a governor who is touting family values and the minivan Taliban and, mom stay at home and traditional, homeschool your kids, okay? I'm putting women on note. I'm saying women because it's typically women that are staying at home, homeschooling, giving up their career, not going to school. That is not going to take care of you for the rest of your life. As a matter of fact, you are potentially going to be left with not much at the end of your children going off to college. So permanent alimony is dead in Florida. There is no permanent alimony. I had a conversation with a client I did a consultation for 2 weeks ago. She's married a little over 18 years, which under the old law, she would get permanent alimony.
Until the guy dies or she dies?
Until the death or remarriage of either part, death of either party, the remarriage of the wife. We'll say the wife. For ease of discussion today, I'm going to refer to the wife a lot as the receiver of alimony, although I do have men who receive alimony, but just for ease of discussion. And so, she hasn't worked in 18 years. One of the kids are, in college. She's got twins, I think, that are in, high school or just starting high school, but she didn't really go do her career. I mean, I think she might have gotten her AA, but her husband is really successful, right? So when I had my consultation with her, it was permanent alimony. Okay, fine. I mean, it is what it is.
Did she file or did he?
Neither one has filed it because it was a consultation.
Oh, I see.
But, I told her this law might change. We don't know. It's been up 10 times. So is he going to sign it? It's so late. I mean, we were 2 weeks away from the deadline of the law changing. I didn't know. Follow back up with me. Well, in my conversation with her, yesterday? I mean, everything's been blurring.
Yeah, she was driving to the bridge?
Yeah. Well, I mean, she went from lifetime alimony to 10 years. That's it.
Yeah,
That's max.
But hold on. The equation as to what how they figure up what you owe hasn't probably.
Oh no, that changed too.
Oh, it did.
Oh yeah.
Oh, good.
Oh,
So
yeah.
all right. So now.
Yeah. So now.
So now it's 10 years max.
Well, if it's here are the limits. So there's only bridge the gap alimony. Bridge the gap alimony is really a very short-term Band-Aid to help bridge the gap between being single or being married and being single. It can't last greater than 2 years. Bridge the gap. Then there's rehabilitative alimony. That's alimony.
Now, is these all based on how long the couple was together?
Well, I'll get to that.
Okay.
These are the types. So then there's rehabilitative alimony.
Within alimony, there's bridge the gap,
which is short-term Band-Aid, like a couple of months up to 2 years. But
okay, and then there's
rehabilitative. Go to school so you can support yourself. But you got to have a plan. You can't go, I want to be a dentist and not go be a dentist. Like you have to actually go be a dentist. Right. And then there's durational. That's it. There used to be permanent. And so we have those 3 types of alimony. They can be paid out monthly or in lump sum now. Lump sum is, here's a big pot of money, go be a dentist, and I don't owe you anymore. Okay, fine. Then inside those, short-term marriage is defined as 0 to 10 years. A moderate term.
That's short term?
Yeah, it used to be 0 to 7 years.
And
now it's 10.
Okay. That's short term. My mic's really wonky.
Yeah.
Macho Man, it's going in and out. It looked like this. Now it's out. It's something. Something's wrong with my mic, but we'll fix it. Anyway, so short term is 0 to 10.
Yes, moderate meaning middle of the road, right? So moderate term marriage is 10 to 20.
Okay.
Moderate used to be 7 to 17. Right. So for my client who's married 18 years,
she goes down a bracket.
Right? But a major bracket. Then long term is 20 years plus. Okay. Here are the limits on durational alimony in those brackets. So I'm going to break it down even further. If you're married 0 to 3 years, you don't get durational alimony.
Nothing, 0.
Well, you can get temporary. I did forget temporary. Temporary alimony is while you're still married and you're waiting on your divorce. So that's temporary alimony.
If you're married for 56 months?
Do the math for me, Brian.
5
what
years.
is that?
5 years, 6 months.
So you would be entitled to...
what category would that be in? Short-term, Willie?
Your short-term, Willie.
All right,
they call that a spin cycle.
Yep.
Right.
So if you're under 3 years, you don't get durational alimony. You can get bridge the gap, and you can get temporary. So very short-term alimony, if anything. Usually on those cases, it's not even worth the attorney fees to argue over it. You'll spend more in attorney fees than you will get in alimony. I mean, unless it's temporary. So in a short-term marriage, alimony cannot exceed half the length of the marriage. Rehabilitative alimony cannot exceed 5 years. Bridge the gap alimony cannot exceed 2 years. But for durational alimony, it can exceed half the length of the marriage in a short-term marriage. So that means the best day in court for somebody who is receiving alimony is half the length of the marriage. The worst day for somebody who's paying is half the length of the marriage.
So you're saying if a guy and a woman were married 10 years, the most alimony she could get would be 5.
5 years.
Right.
Yep. Now,
but can I drop the mic on it all? Can I just literally drop the mic on all of it? And
what?
I know that you'll agree on all this. It's a Regina Hunter prenup would completely throw all of this nonsense away. You just slap that bitch down. The judge says, "Yep, it stands," and you start doing what it says. Am I not right or wrong?
Yeah, I like prenups. Prenup and alimony queen.
Aren't you recognized as the prenup? Like, there's been lawyers that have called you and offered you money for your prenup template.
Yeah, everybody
True or
wants
false?
my true. Well, not money, but they've all. Hey, can I get that in Word? No, absolutely not.
And mine was one of the stiffest of all, was it not?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh, it was the best.
In your opinion, regardless of the laws, do you think that there's ever a case where someone should get a lifetime worth of alimony?
Yes, I'll give you an example.
I mean, if they're not like 75, but okay, go ahead.
But let me just finish this train of thought, because 10 to 20 years, the most you can get is up to 60% of the length of the marriage. And 20 years or more, it's 75. However, so grandma and grandpa's getting divorced. You're 55, right? You've been married, 25, 30 years? It's easier now to modify alimony upon retirement. So even if you get, 20 years of alimony because you've been married for 30, if Grandpa Joe's retiring at 65, it's going to end then, or it's going to seriously be reduced. So even in long-term marriages, it's going to be reduced. Now, I will say that modification portion has always been a part of the law under the Pym case, which, by the way, Nancy Harris did.
Really? It's her case law?
That's her case law. She went before the Florida Supreme Court as a wee pup and argued
I'm going to tell you something, I'll be here.
100%.
This is going to me.
It's funny because I had to pull that case on a different case. I'm like, I did not know that Nancy Harris argued that case, so I'm giving a shout out to Nancy.
Does she still practice?
Oh, yeah, I have a case with her right now.
Really?
A collaborative case. She's awesome.
Hold on, you have a case against her?
Yeah, collaborative case. Yeah.
What kind of case?
She's awesome. A collaborative. So we're not litigating. We're negotiating.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely. She's awesome.
Do you ever bring me up?
She asks me about you every time.
How's Bubba doing?
Tell Bubba I said hi.
I love her.
I love her too.
And the only reason I took her is because you weren't in practice yet.
I was not.
No.
I was still in law school.
Right.
So,
but if I was to if Gina, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you, but if for some reason, I had to pick a number two, besides if I would pick her.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Gina's one, and Nancy Harris would be two.
Yeah. So, it's really, as far as alimony goes, we have those kind of percentages, right? And it's the max. So it doesn't necessarily mean you're automatically guaranteed that. Now, just like every statute, if there's exceptional circumstances, it can go beyond that, right? And Brian can tell you this, you never would wish a good personal injury case on somebody. You would never wish exceptional circumstances on anybody, because
I'm hoping I get hit by a Walmart truck tomorrow. I am. I'm hoping that on myself. Is that okay?
But to have it,
I got Brian on speed dial. Brian, I just got ran over by a Walmart truck. I think I'm paralyzed and I'm hurt real bad, and my head's busted open, and my car's totaled, and the guy might have been drinking.
Yeah, you don't wait, but. You don't want that. If you do have that, you want to get a really good lawyer.
Brian, you'd personally drive down there and get me all handled, wouldn't you?
Oh, absolutely. I'll get you the best wheelchair and nurse.
Everything. I got one out there. Anyway, continue on, Regina.
So
After
then we
Merch
get
Crick
to
left your ass.
the $1 million question of, okay, I get these percentages, but how much? And it used to be the ceiling of how much a judge, so the law used to say, and I think it still does say this, but there's another caveat to Uncle DeSantis. So, after an award of alimony, so after a judge says, hey, Joe, you got to pay Jane X, Jane can't have more money than Joe, an income, right? So an equalization of incomes was kind of the ceiling. So at the end of the day, if Jane and Joe walked away and had the same amount of income after alimony.
What if Jane didn't work? What if Jane didn't work? What does the judge say at that point?
Well, the judge can impute income to her if she has an ability to work. and she's just
really?
choosing not to.
So,
yeah.
so the judge can say, "Listen, Rhonda, just because you don't want to get a job because you've been living a fat cat Willie doesn't mean you don't have the ability to work."
Correct.
And so I'm going to put like I think
Minimum
that
wage.
you could put at minimum wage. I'm going to put a $25,000 a year kicker on you.
Yep. And then if you want to go get that, great. Otherwise, you're going to have to figure out how to live on $25,000 less. So
Less than you were to get from Millionaire Willie.
And how we would figure that out very quickly is need and ability to pay. So what does she need every month? Needs are what are her bills minus what she does earn or can earn on her own is her need for alimony, saying her for ease of discussion. Then we go and we look at his ability to pay. After he pays off his bills, not living in a van down by the river, does he have an ability to pay what she
Why are you
needs?
talking about my case? Sorry.
Smart car down by the river.
It was
Cream
an
machine.
RV. It was an RV for a while.
It was a cream machine down by the river.
Right.
So need and ability to pay, that still exists. However, now it's what does she need, or the difference between husband and wives, or the parties, husband and husband or wife and wife, whatever, the parties' net incomes, 35% of the difference. That's whatever's less. So let me give a simple example of math that I can do in my head because I'm not Brian Matroni or Tom Bean. If there is a $1,000 difference between the husband and the wife's income, okay?
Prior to
any alimony, and the most that she could get is either her need or $350 a month. So that 35% of $1,000. So if the husband's net income is $4,000 and the wife's net income is $1,000, the difference is $1,000.
That would be 3,000 if it was 1,000. You mean the wife was
4,000? Yeah, 4,000 and the wife is 3,000.
Yeah. Okay.
4,000 minus 3,000 is 1,000. So 35% of 1,000 is 350. If the wife needs to pay off her bills, $1,500 a month, well, she only gets 350, unless there's exceptional circumstances. So that's a big difference than what the law was, right? So the law used to say the most she could get
I didn't mean to do that. Damn it.
The law used to say the most she could get is $500 a month, which would equalize their income. So there's a lot of changes, and Anna, to answer your question, I let me give you a perfect example. Wife is married. Yeah, okay. Wife right now is married 30 plus years.
Okay.
7 kids, a set of twins that are still at home.
7 kids. Okay.
Right. So she's been
7.
Yeah.
Wow.
She hasn't worked. She hasn't gotten, they go to church. She bakes. She's June Cleaver, man.
No contraceptive. They're Catholic.
Absolutely. Everything where, that is what the right and Ron DeSantis want, right? So they want family. She has homeschooled some of her kids. The husband is about ready to really take off in his career because, he's been working for the last 30 years, not staying at home baking cookies.
Right.
And now she's going to get, what is 75% of 30 years? Do the math for me. I don't know.
75% of 30 years?
Yeah.
Is like 25?
20, okay. Is it?
22? Yeah, right in that
22.
range. 22, 23 years.
Yeah.
But the husband is, let's say, 58. So he's going to retire in 7 years.
Okay.
Does it end in 7? She gets alimony for 7 years after, and she has no workable skills. She knows how to bake.
All right, here's what we got to do. We've got to be quiet because I hit the break. And the affiliates are in a break right now.
Okay.
And so we're going to have to come back with this in, 4 minutes and 19 seconds. We'll be back.
Okay.
You guys go with that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, Regina. I get nervous around you. Back in a minute. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
That was Bubba getting tired of this talk. He's like,
No.
God, whoops, my bad.
No, I got fucking.
Yeah.
I got two.
Wait, it's very technical.
If you let me talk, fucking Brian.
Don't lie like
I got
Brett.
2 phone calls that I need to fucking talk to.
I'm just fucking with you, Bubs.
I need to build in an emergency stop button so it doesn't do the relay.
It's okay, I got it. I just fucked up. I never fuck up.
No, I heard it. I was in there. I don't know if your door slammed.
So I just went.
Yeah, I tried to unplug the battery
we're good.
before, and it just.
We're good. We needed to take one anyway.
Okay. Yeah, that input knob is on yours was sorting out. I moved a little bit anyway. It cut out, but when I got in there, you weren't even hitting compression.
But now you got me hit.
Yeah, you're hitting compression now.
Okay.
So I want to see if I can order that part.
It's not cold, I'm sorry.
Oh no, anything.
I tried to find your house on what day was it, Gina? On Tuesday, I tried to find your house.
My house?
Yes. I was with Janie Cakes Monday and Tuesday, and we had to go feed Tara's cats. And I saw, she goes, "Doesn't Tom Bean live over here somewhere?" I go, "Yeah," because we had nothing but time. I mean, Janie Cakes got all the time in the world. So I'm not going to mention any road names, but I was one road north of your guys' road.
Oh, okay.
So I was on Tara's road, and your guys' road is one south of hers.
Yeah.
So I went across Del Mabry on her road and thought, but then I started, and I once I get near Tom's, I know where I'm at, I can get there, but I was in the wrong spot, and I was like, well, I don't remember any of these ball fields or any of this shit around Tom's place. and so
It's like a PTSD block.
my God, you know,
Anytime
if you
have
don't,
kids, you're in trouble.
if you don't know your way around there, though, that's confusing back there.
It is. I agree.
There's all winding roads, and they just built them into the landscape, and so it's not straight road blocks.
Well, and then they also got fucking speed bump willies, like a motherfucker back there.
I gotta let it eat.
How is Tara doing? I texted with her. I know she's just working.
She's fucking. She's almost as rich as Tom Bean.
Yeah, I know she's killing it. I mean, I text her like, hey, you don't.
Yeah, but she's stressed the fuck out nonstop. I'd rather have poor Tara and non-stress.
Yeah.
She'd rather be rich there and selling out in 5 years. Give me 5 years of stress, and then I'll sell out.
Right.
Yep. 5 years of stress, and then sell out.
I killed 2 ducks at the track today, this weekend.
Why?
And I ran over them with a water truck.
Oh, that crushes me. I mean, I know it crushes you.
It did. I cried. I was in turn 4. You know how big that fucking water truck is? So I'm up there driving and just driving, and all of a sudden, Mama Duck jumps out of the fucking pond and starts going across turn 4 with 4 baby ducks, and I fucking hit the brakes. Well, the track's wet, so you slide. I slid up and clipped 2 of them, and I got out of the truck immediately. And you know that thing weighs 82,000 pounds with water in it.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do.
And the mama then, the dumbass mama, she gets to the top of the wall and she wants to come down, and I'm like, you got to stay out of this area.
Yeah, you can't.
It made me so. It really upset me.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Well, now it's not. Now we're 7 seconds off. Okay, here we go.
Well, explain yourselves. Just like a 6-pack of cheap Yiddish beer.
Surprise me. You look like a typical low-life character to me.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
813-90 Bubba on my phone lines. Regina Hunter here. I can't even tell you. Brian maybe the historian might be able to tell us when the last time Gina was in studio. Probably half a year.
October.
Yeah, and
maybe January.
And she's only here because there's been some major laws that are changed. in family law that a lot of people could use Gina's services because this is the most drastic change in family law.
She said in her career.
Maybe in the history of Florida.
Yeah, it's in my career for sure.
And 844-ASK-GINA. If you like a consultation, you get 50% off if you mention Bubba Army. Alimony, child co-parenting and child custody. Those have changed. And then, Gina, what's the third element of the trilogy of change?
It was the alimony and the equal time sharing, and then there was a small change in the paternity statute that if you sign the birth certificate, you are deemed the natural parent and guardian of the child, and that used to not be that way, believe it or not. And I agree with that. I think if everybody agrees that, he's dad and he signs it and mom agrees and we're all living the dream.
What if you run into the other side of that deal and where you didn't necessarily have a child under the most loving or we're going to be a long-term couple conditions? Maybe it was a one-night stand or whatever, but you are the father. You are the father, and you're there at the hospital. And the baby comes out, and, everybody is goo-goo and gaga. Now, you're kind of the odd man out, but you're being a man, and you're doing the right thing, and you're taking responsibility for what you've created. But the family, the Janices and the Janie Cake says, we don't want that piece of shiz to be on the birth certificate. Does the father, the biological father, have the right, or does it? Or
yes, but he has to sue at that point.
See, that is well. Thank God it wasn't like that when I was around.
That is, well, that's the way it's always been. But it used to be that if he signed the birth certificate, it really was just a presumption of paternity for him to pay child support. But mom could still take off and do whatever she wanted. Now, if he signs the birth certificate and everybody's on board with that, they're both equally the parents of that child.
So there could be conditions now where the guy is there and the family goes, no, we don't want you to sign the birth certificate. At that point, he'd have to lawyer up.
Yeah.
In order to. Okay. So what if he said, fine, I won't?
Then
is he off the hook?
Yeah. Until he's on the hook.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, but
yeah. So he until paternity's been established.
I like that. You're off the hook until you're on the hook.
Correct. I mean, if he doesn't sign the birth certificate and nobody goes down and either mom or dad goes down to the courthouse and establishes paternity, then he has no obligation to pay for the child. He also has no rights for the child, to the child.
Right.
And here's another thing that I'm, want to kind of say to, women out there, because, you get all those hormones with the rush and, you want everything to be great.
You mean when you have a baby?
When you have a baby, right?
The oxytocin, everything's all good. But keep in mind, once he signs that birth certificate now, he has the same rights as you do as the natural parent of that child.
So what conversation would a woman have to a guy that was a piece of shiz that she didn't necessarily...
I want the baby to have a father.
I mean, and he's there. I mean, like, Gina, how would it go down under these circumstances? Piece of shiz dads, who is the legitimate dad's there. The baby's born. The mom does not want anything to do with this dude. And he goes, in my case, I had to go downstairs to the records division and show him my ID and sign the birth certificate within like a day. Now, would she just call the hospital up while she's still there or whatever and say, hey, listen, I do not want him.
She has to consent to, it's my understanding that she would have to consent to him signing the birth certificate.
So they may call her up and say, hey, listen, Numbnuts is down here ready to sign up, and do you give permission or not? She has, under the new law, she has the right to say no?
Yes. Well, I think she's always had the right to say no. I think it has to be consensual for
But obviously not for her to sign it because there's no maternity uncertainty because obviously everyone saw that baby come out of her.
Correct.
Right.
We don't know.
That's
kind
of anti-man, ain't it?
Well, it's just nature biology. The paternity really isn't certain until there's usually a DNA test. So
or until everybody agrees.
Technically under the law.
Correct. So, I mean, maternity of a child is pretty obvious, right? But the paternity of a child
Always
is not.
in question.
So, but I will say this: if you're married, it's really anti. It gives more deference to married partners, right? So if you're married, dad automatically goes on the birth certificate.
Right.
So there's a presumption of legitimacy of children born during the marriage. Even if it's not your child, legally it's your child.
What if it's a pool guy's?
If it's legally your child until you prove it's not.
Can the wife or the woman fight it if they are technically married?
Yes. But you have to do so. Like,
can the husband fight it? Can the husband say, you know what, I ain't signed it because I think that looks like the pool guys?
Yes, when I first started practicing, we would have to. It was actually it was difficult to have a child delegitimate, to disestablish the paternity of a child born during the marriage. So they've made it easier now. But when I go and divorce people, so let's say parties have been separated for 3 years and, the wife is pregnant by her boyfriend and she's getting divorced, there's very specific language and very specific things we have to do and put in that divorce final judgment to make sure that the husband is not the legal father of the child she's pregnant
Not on the
with.
hook for the child custody.
Yeah, it's still, it's still a big deal to do that.
Hi, you're on the air with Gina. Go ahead. 844-ASK-GINA. 844-ASK-GINA is her office number. Yes. By the way, Lummy, Michael Beal, Mickey B? Michael, $500 on the PayPal.
Thank you.
Woo!
Yeah, there's a consultation for you. Thank you. Oh, that is a horn. Go ahead. You're on there with Regina.
A question for you. All right. I have a parenting plan with my ex-wife who lives out of state. My son is on felony probation. Which one takes precedence there, the probation or the court agreement for timeshare?
How old is your son?
Hold on, Gina. In all your years of 13,
Yeah, wow.
This might be a new one.
That's a new one. How old is your son?
16.
He's on felony probation at 16?
Unfortunately, he hung out with some ignorant kids and made a massive mistake.
What type?
What'd he do?
I mean, hold on. Doesn't most things go to even juvie? Like under 18?
And this must have been pretty serious.
Was it
whatever
murder?
They did.
No, it was aggravated burglary of a dwelling with a firearm. He stole a gun from somebody.
Oh my!
All right, stole
God.
a gun, then burglarized a home with a gun and stolen gun at 16.
Yeah, well, he was a friend of his stole a gun, so he was going to steal the gun and get rid of it. And when he did, he got caught. And because he was inside of a house, it's armed burglary.
Man, I'd give that kid up. I let her have him. That's what I would be doing. So that's my parenting plan. Sorry, but Regina's a professional. She can tell you more. Go ahead, Regina.
So, I mean, is mom wanting him to come visit with her out of state?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I don't. Look, I think that would be a basis to temporarily modify. You would have to get permission from the criminal court.
Yeah, might be a violation of probation or something, right?
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, they haven't even faced this before either.
Yeah.
So I would say this. I would, talk to the probation officer first and see if there's any way you can get an exception or... so he could go see his mom. If they say no, then she's going to have to file something in family law. You're not in contempt.
Now, where do you stand, though?
Okay.
Like, just off the record, where would you prefer him go see his mom or no?
No, not really.
Well, then you could probably make it difficult on her at that point. I mean, the cards are kind of in his hand, aren't they, Gina? The fact that he could go to the probation guy and say, "Listen, this is a violation of her probation. This can't happen."
So it's. I mean, if there's a final judgment that says he has to go with mom every July, right, in South Carolina or wherever mom lives.
Yep, every summer for the last 10 years, I've been raising them on my own.
Yeah.
So if that's the case and he's not there, I mean, technically the final judgment is not being, abided by. However, he's not in willful contempt by sending the child, because the child's on felony probation in Florida and he's not allowed to leave the state pursuant to a criminal order of a judge. So
now, Gina, in all your years, I mean, you got your hands on your hips. I don't know that you've ever had this before.
That's never. Thank you, Bubba. You know, in 25 years, you can teach, old dogs new tricks.
Right.
I guess
I
would be.
I was going to say a beautiful dog, new tricks. But listen, sir, it probably starts and stops with going to the probation officer. Is probably where it starts, right, Gina? Like you got to get his blessing to even make this go forward.
Yeah,
I've been waiting 2 months for them to get back to me on it, between them and because they've never faced this before either.
Yeah, this is so white trash. It's completely off the white trash spectrum.
Yeah, and
welcome to Pasco County.
Oh.
And Mom, if she filed a motion for contempt or enforcement, good luck with that, because I don't see how a family law judge.
Chris Nocco ain't letting him out of that county, buddy. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, man. Appreciate you, buddy.
Good luck with that menace of a kid of yours.
Good luck. Yeah, maybe be a better dad. Maybe being a little stricter dad, buddy.
What terrible timing for that kid, though. His friend steals a gun, and then he happens to steal the gun from his friend right as the police are catching him. I mean, that's pretty awful. I'm talking about bad luck.
Bad timing.
Bad timing.
How about a bad kid and a bad dad?
Just bad luck, man.
John Kostika, $100 on me on the PayPal.
Thank you.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. The Bubba Army. Yeah, you're on the air with Regina Hunter. 844 Ask Gina if you like to talk to her in her office. Go ahead.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow. Just click.
Oh, Jesus. The guy was there. And I hate these cool. And then I go, Anna, it's tough when you go hello and then you hang up, and then right before you hang up, they go hello, because they're too stupid to listen to their phones. And when they hear hello, they know that that's us. Who else could it be? And they're a cool guy in their phone, not paying attention.
They probably don't know if it's the radio or their phone.
What do you mean? It's both.
Well, I mean, like, they don't know if you're talking to them specifically or if you're just saying hello and somebody else is on the line. Never mind.
All right, Regina. Ask more questions about cheating.
Yeah, sorry.
Anna, it seems like that's all you care about. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air.
Hey, I wanted to make a comment about, I think some of these laws might be a good thing. Men have been getting stuck with the shaft for a long time with these paying all this damn money.
Nobody's saying that these laws are bad, buddy. No,
Yeah,
Gina said that she out of the three, she wholeheartedly loved two of them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and let me say this. I believe the change in alimony is really good for many of my cases as well. I'll give another example. I gave the example of the woman who pretty much her job for the last 30 years has been raising kids. Okay. I mean, she's really not going to get that golden parachute of riding into the sunset and, her husband paying, until... But let me give you another example. I mean, here's a case, a younger couple moved from, say, New York down to Florida. And during COVID, because that happened a lot, right? And they're both professionals. They're married, let's say, 8 years. And the husband has a really nice job. The wife quit her job to come down, but just doesn't want to get married. She's really enjoyed not working for the last 3 years and running around Tampa Bay.
That's a lot. There's a lot of bitches like that have enjoyed not working, running around Tampa Bay. Perfect,
but
Gina.
You're saying they're not married?
No, they are married. She meant not get a job.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
She meant married and just living the life.
Just living the life.
Yeah.
And
meeting Gina down at Louis Vuitton, seeing what kind of new shoes there are in town.
Right, because her husband is making really good money, and she could make really good money too. But prior to this law changing, I mean, she may look for a tremendous amount of money to,
live her life.
Live her life
in accordance to the way she's been living it. How that used to be called?
The standard of living.
Yeah, standard of living.
And that still applies as long as it doesn't go over 35% of the difference between their incomes. But
hey, can I ask another
question? Hold on, let her finish the thought.
But I think now with this law change, there's a shift from that. Like, look, you need to go back. You need to go get a job. This isn't this isn't a life plan for you, and he shouldn't be on the hook because of a pandemic. And he agreed that you just, you didn't have to get a job right away.
Yeah, this is kind of the anti-gold digging bill. It's kind of what this is.
Yeah, but it's also the June Cleaver bill as well.
Right.
Well, no, it is pro that because it forces her to stay married. It eliminates her incentive to get a divorce. It forces her. You've been married for 25 years. You've raised the kids. You have no usable job skills. You have no prospects of income in your future.
Yeah, but
what are you going to do?
But he wants to file.
Yeah, it doesn't force him to stay married to her with his testosterone, Viagra, and Maserati.
But it forces
this
her.
Is
it
the
stops her
old
from
guys
being
can now get boners on a whim law. Is what this is. All right, buddy. Thank you. No other questions. Thank you. Any other questions? Go to 844-ASK-GINA.
Gina did identify the one area where it is difficult but maybe the courts can take that into the exceptional circumstances category of things.
And I thought it was a no fault deal.
Well, it's not that. No, I'm talking about the wife that stays home and raises the kids, and at the husband's behest does not get a job.
Okay. Let me talk about that, because when you say no fault, Anna, Florida is still a no-fault state.
She called you Anna again.
She called you Anna.
Okay, it's okay.
She does it every
Anna.
time, too.
It's okay.
You know why?
But you
because
love her,
I have,
and she can't even remember your name.
No,
How does
I don't
it
even
make you
remember
feel?
my
I have a
name.
niece named Anna. We call her Anna Banana.
Listen, I will
That's
I will
why.
respond to anything you call me, including that bitch. So you just go right on ahead.
That nosy bitch, if you want to put that in there for me, thanks.
But Anna, it is still a no-fault divorce state, but I'm getting out my glasses because I want to actually read the language.
Oh, hell yeah, get out them readers.
Oh, hell, she's going to look hot as hell. We're playing librarian right now. I'm glad Tom's not listening.
But in the statute, and I think this is kind of a red herring in the statute, because the statute used to say, and they crossed this language out, that the adultery of either spouse. So I'll read the language that is crossed out.
Okay.
The court may consider the adultery of either spouse and the circumstances thereof in determining the amount of alimony, if any, to be awarded. And that was always in the statute, even though Florida's a no-fault divorce state. And they added this language instead. The court may consider the adultery of either spouse and any resulting economic impact in determining the amount of alimony, if any, to be awarded. So I think with the legislature, my interpretation of this, being in the business, is that the courts really do want to focus in on if an affair created financial hardship upon the family, then the court really should take that into account when determining alimony. So, if the husband spent $5,000 a month, putting his girlfriend up in a hotel or in an apartment, and took away from his wife, trying to lower her standard of living by giving it to his girlfriend,
right?
The court's not going to like that too much. And I think there might be some, it doesn't say the word punitive in there, but I think it's giving the court the ability to take that into consideration to maybe go above and beyond under those exceptional circumstances.
One question before we go back into words, so we're on time. If under today's new laws that were passed July 1st, under these family issues and under co-parenting and alimony and stuff like that, would Linda have gotten 70% of Hogan's money, assets, and 40% of all future earnings because they were married for 23 years? That deal would be far different, would it not?
I don't think so, because that was more of that's a equitable distribution, a property division question, not a alimony question. Like, you have to do property division before you get to alimony. And if the parties, let's give a hypothetical, if the parties are dividing...
She got 70 points.
Yeah, but if that was marital, if those were marital, it is what it is. And I don't know that it was 70 points on everything.
She's turned into Hogan. She just said it is what it is.
It is what it is.
She's turned into Macho Man. It is what it is, Terry. Sorry Linda got 70 and you only got 30. Yeah, dig it. We'll be back with Gina. Can you stay a little bit longer? Because it seems like people we still haven't closed all this out. So
sure.
Again, if you want to get a hold of Regina and go over some of this new stuff that could potentially affect you, 844-ASK-GINA. She'll be there right after the show because it's not that far away. Brian, are you sticking around for the after show?
I can't today.
I got Tony Mandrich on today at 10:40.
Oh, man.
No.
You didn't say the last after show, not this one.
I know. I've got it.
I'll be here.
It's my work, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You got a trial coming up.
Yeah.
When is it?
Monday.
Oh, the 10th.
Yeah.
What time?
When the trial starts, like 8 a.m.
I mean, does Monday start for Dyer?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Want me there to help?
If you're more than welcome to come. You'll have to miss the show.
Oh.
So that'll be even more stressful for money on July.
You'd be more stressed if I was there trying to tell you what to do.
Oh, well, I don't know that we'd want. You're kind of a lightning rod.
Can you just say no? You don't want the visual of the judge seeing me with you, and I will stress you out and think that I know it all, and really you know it all.
All the jurors are gonna be like, "Why is Bubba the Love Sponge at the plaintiff's side of the room?" It would confuse the hell out of everybody.
I'm ad hoc co-counsel, whatever they call it.
Yeah, well, you can't be that legally, but you could be something. You can be a consultant.
A
jury consultant.
Really?
Yeah, that's a thing. You don't have to be a lawyer to do that.
No, let's just let me stay far away if you want to win this case, okay?
Sounds good.
Perfect.
Don't chalk up their behavior to being crazy rednecks.
Yeah, think about that.
They're just totally insane.
Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Here's an article. This is a death sentence for me. Florida Republican women say they will switch parties after DeSantis approves alimony law.
Yeah, that sounds like a in the can article that they had ready to go for political reasons to me.
What's that?
Because that is the argument, right?
What?
That Florida women are pissed about the alimony change, and that Republican women will switch parties over it.
Well, I did have a Republican client tell me that she doesn't know what she's going to do now because
Ron DeSantis could not have not have pissed off more fucking people on both sides of the fence than he has. Yeah. It's like, I don't know who's advising him, but it's like, you know what? Let's just go ahead and just piss as many motherfuckers off as we can.
But then also, could you look at it the flip side? Or like, he's pulling Democratic men who got fucked by the system.
Yeah.
Well, it's been 10 years. That's why every other governor has punted. You can't win this, but it's been part of the system, right? And
who brought it up? Who brought it up?
It's been for the last 10 years. There's a men's alimony rights group
called No Man.
No, that has been bringing this up for the last decade. But I will say this is the first time the family law section of the Florida Bar came in and helped write the law to get it approved. They actually backed it because it's not going to stop, and every version of it was just
had problems,
and it just kept so every year we're like on edge. Is the law going to change? Is this not?
It's super confusing.
Yeah, you've been through this before. You've been through this 4 or 5 times before.
Yeah.
That you thought that this could change.
Finally, the family law section of the Florida Bar stepped in and said, "Look, we're gonna help write this. We're gonna stand behind it," and they actually approved it. So that might be one of the reasons, because it was backed by the family law section. And I don't disagree with changes in the law, but I almost feel like there should have been some grandfathering in of long-term marriages or something. I feel bad for the woman who has no workable skills.
It's a big lunge.
And how does she take care of herself?
Even if she's given, let's just say, 10 years to try to get it together.
But then she's 65. I mean, try entering a job market at 55.
Who's going to hire 55?
There's going to be some cougars on the prowl.
Who hires her? I mean, she gets a job as a receptionist, but she's never worked. a job like that.
Right.
And her husband at 55. I mean, look at
the discrepancy.
What's up, Brian from Philly,
He
slinging
now
shit out of the trunk?
Gets to take that huge promotion because
Yeah.
he's at the end. And here's another thing, and I don't, this is really technical on the air, but there is another Supreme Court case called Mallard v. Mallard, like the duck.
Yeah.
And Mallard says that if you're receiving alimony, you can't save it.
You can't save.
You can't save it. So, Granny, a mom who's 55, who's not eligible for Social Security, who's been married for 30 years, done nothing but bake. And I'm saying that being funny. She's done way more than bake. I mean,
She raised a family.
She raised a family, but I'm,
in terms of workable skills.
as far as workable skills,
None.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful,
No.
but her kids are all going to be successful.
Right.
She's going to get half of what's left after they've paid for little Johnny's DUI, and then little Sarah's, she wanted to go to New College, not her UT. So they've soaked out their savings to give everything to their kids because they want to look perfect at church.
There's not much for her.
There's not much left for her. He now has nothing but income. He's giving her half of what's left of the 401k.
Hi, Brian.
She gets the house. Okay.
Did Brian leave?
Oh, you talking to me? I thought you were talking about Brian from Philly.
So fuck you then, buddy. I was just trying to be nice to my little buddy.
Hi, buddy. How
Over
you
there,
doing?
and he's fucking being mean to me.
No, I love you, Bubs.
Bubs?
Nothing but love for you, Bubs.
That are adults. Because guess what? They don't move out. They can't move out. They gotta stay at home.
Yeah.
She's paying for their cell phone. Who's paying for their insurance for their car?
And
He's
child.
not.
Hi, Dan. Blooming undertaker.
What you eating, Bubs?
Child support.
Picture of your
Child
jerk?
support doesn't apply.
Oh yeah, you like that steak jerk, don't
So
you?
she can't get alimony to pay for little
I
Johnny's,
do.
Cell phone who wants to just play games all day.
You know who my new guy is, Brian?
10 years,
Who?
I like Robert Kennedy Jr.
She can't sell.
Yeah.
Is that crazy?
Even if she wanted to.
No, it's not necessarily crazy. I
She's not
mean,
allowed to put it
I
in
like
the
him.
bank.
he's got some interesting takes.
Years has $50,000
I mean,
in a house that may or may not go.
He's the realist, ain't he?
Then she can't sell because there's kids living there.
She can't sell because the kids are living there, and he runs
Maybe.
off with Amber in his Maserati and his
Yeah.
new pay cut. And his new.
I mean, obviously.
Lummy, I'm sending you a picture of my road and shit.
All
So,
these
so,
things
so you can look it up.
I'm doing it. I got it.
Right.
Oh, okay.
It's not just like every case is
Yeah,
pretty
right
much
now.
the same. Like they take
Yeah,
circumstances.
no, but what do you do?
Yeah.
I mean, so she takes what she can right now. She does the best she can, and in 10 years, when he needs to put away 150,000 more because he can,
Yeah.
he files the modify.
Right. It seems like there's always something involved. Whether it be
Yeah, I mean, it.
guys
You
where they
have to
paying
rip the
alimony
Band-Aid. You have to rip the Band-Aid off sometime.
Yeah.
So I get it, but there is this group of housewives that are just in this.
In a country somewhere in the third world, the CIA is using this broadcast as torture to extract information about terrorists.
On your shoulders and legs, Craig the Bulldog, do our cardio, abs, calves.
He thinks Epic is doing his patriotic duty.
Oh, yeah, my pleasure, too.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Last minute questions for Regina. 844, I'm sorry, here, 81390, Bubba at her office, 844, Ask Gina. Gina, I think the picture that you sent me of Zoe and Tyler from 10 years ago might have been the last time you were at the track.
It probably was.
I was almost going to write that back to you, but I didn't know if you'd quite find that comedic or not.
No, it very well could
I go,
be
as
true.
cute of a picture as this is, it's probably the last time that you've been to 9050 Northwest Gainesville Road.
Yes. Yeah.
I was
Absolutely.
there this weekend because we have a race on the 22nd, and they've gotten so much rain that if you don't keep up on trying to get all that stuff that goes to the bottom, you'll never get it. So you got to kind of every 2 weeks go up there. And you know Tom ain't going up there.
Mm-mm.
And so I go up there. Plus, we got a new Skag mower. I don't know if you knew that or not.
No, I didn't.
We got a brand new Skag mower, 72-inch Willie. I can mow the entire. What takes Drunk Dave and Weed Whipper Greg 3 days, I can mow the entire property in 1 day.
Oh wow!
So I mowed it on Friday, and so Saturday I'm on the track with the grader, and I got it all graded out. Now I need to water it, and I haven't shown anybody, and I'm not going to show anybody pictures because it's very disturbing. But I cried like a little baby because now, Gina, you've seen the water truck. It's this massive thing. It weighs 90,000 pounds.
Yeah, it's a tank.
You cannot stop it. The worst thing ever is when I'm watering the track and Tom's done with his inside stuff. Then he stands right at the end of the track with his hands on his hips, and that's his indication that he wants to talk to me. Well, sometimes I cannot really, I'm kind of busy. Well, he'll just stand there and stand. So finally, I'll stop. But it takes a while. Like if I was going to stop where Tom stands, I'm gonna have to start stopping in turn 3, take it out of gear, let the water truck roll all through 4, and then slowly start stopping it because the track when you're wetting it gets slick because it's clay. Mm-hmm. So today, Saturday or what day was it? Sunday, I was watering the truck, and you know how they had that retention pond in the middle. Mm-hmm. We have the retention pond. Well, obviously there's a mom and her ducks that stay in the retention pond that I didn't know, and I'm boss hogging my way, and there's nobody there. It's I'm by myself, me and Drunk Dave, and so I don't have to worry about necessarily being extra careful on the water truck because One-Eyed Billy is going across the track and there's activity on the track. I'm just kind of minding my own business, kind of in my own zone. And this mama duck and 4 of her babies shoot across the track, going up to turn 4, and I lock up the truck. I lock it up. I'm skidding, and I hit 2 of her babies. Oh. Completely smashed them. It wasn't even the right front tire of an 80,000-pound. It crushed him right into the surface, and it made me very.
That's a double Stewart.
Yeah, we have a dead duck out in the pond too.
Oh, we do?
I gotta scoop it up. Yeah, another male duck came in and drowned the other male duck.
Hold on, that's violent.
I know. And then the one duck is now having sexual relations with the other female ducks back there.
Have you ever thought about doing a whole duck drama deal? They have Duck Dynasty. I mean, you got real ducks that are doing real bad. I mean, you got one duck. So hold on. You had this one male duck, and he was running all the female bitches here.
Yes.
And then another male duck came in, drowned him,
yes,
and took over his bitches?
Yes.
That's just wildlife.
Yeah.
But
the one dead duck was floating in the pond.
That's not a good look.
No, I had to scoop it out.
We had a coyote cat murder in my neighborhood.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, one of my neighbors had an outdoor cat. They came from Texas and had an outdoor cat and had it here, and woke up one morning and it was torn to shreds in their backyard by a pack of coyotes.
Gina, you live in probably one of the most wilderness areas of all of us, and you could never let Simba out there by himself. Right?
She's on her phone. She is not a multitasker.
She's not.
No, I'm getting blown up.
She's catching a Pokemon right now.
Is Tom being?
There was a supersized Snorlax in the area, Bubba. she had to grab it.
There was really. Say it again, Brian. What?
There's a supersized Snorlax down the street. She had to go catch.
Right. So she took her headphones off and everything. Did she get it? I hope she did.
I did get I caught a Venusaur right outside.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes, I did.
Yeah,
that's what's killing the ducks in the lake. The Venusaur.
Thank you, Gina.
Hello, you're on the air.
Bubba.
Yeah.
Big City from Minnesota.
Hi, Minnesota. You got a question for Gina?
I don't have a question for Gina. I had a question about a couple comments. We talked about a week and a half ago about this UPS strike and these scabs now wanting to cross the picket line.
Right.
I'm just kind of curious, when did you become such a corporate hugging guy, man? I thought you'd be on our Teamster side.
No, hold on. Listen to me. I think that if they're paying, I've had a couple of UPS guys that called in and given me some numbers and some parameters. And I mean, if you're making the kind of money you're making, where 90% of America is not making that kind of money for driving a UPS truck. You don't load them yourself. You know, you guys want air conditioning and there's a couple little things. Okay, I get it. But you know, when they're paying you, I don't know, $45-$50 an hour, I don't have it. I'm sorry, buddy. I don't make that kind of money. And
but they're trying to lower our pay.
No, they're trying to they're trying to lower people that are starting out as drivers. I don't think it affects the old timers at all.
But that's what I'm saying. So now we're looking at the future.
All right. So what does it matter? What does it matter? If your dollar doesn't change and they're not messing with you and the boys that have established themselves as, you know, long-term, you know, employees, and they're not messing with your benefits and not messing with your money, why should you care?
I'm looking for the future of our brothers and sisters.
Well, that's great. I mean, I'm glad that you are, but you know, you're also could potentially lose your job.
That's not going to happen.
Okay, well, be cocky and be a dick. How much do you make an hour?
$41.50 an hour.
$41.50 an hour for driving a UPS truck. $41.50 an hour.
Yes, sir.
And you're out
at 8. But listen,
and you're mad about what? And what part of this?
$8.50 an hour.
And what? Okay, great. We all progress, and if we stay somewhere long enough and work hard enough, we usually get rewarded. Except the BRN. But what are you mad about? What part of this bill affects you?
I'm looking for this doesn't affect me. In 10 years, I'm going to walk away and be living a nice, comfortable life.
Right, exactly.
What I'm talking about is the future of the Teamsters coming in, the young guys coming in who want to go into this job.
Yeah, well,
corporate wants to cut their pay scale so they can make billions and billions, even more billions and billions of dollars.
Brian, can you help me with? I mean, how do you feel about this, Brian? I'd like you and Gina's opinion. Then I got to go into words.
I generally support and stand by the workers for the most part. The problem with corporations is that they answer to the shareholders, and so when they're so bottom line driven nowadays that you get that the workers have to fight to keep what they have. I'm not going to comment on whether or not he should be paid $41.50 an hour. I mean, if that's what he earns, that's what he earns. I know those drivers work really hard.
I know. Yeah, listen, I'm not saying you got the easiest job in the world by all means. No, but it's not digging a ditch for $15 an hour or picking fruit and being a migrant worker for $7 an hour either. It's got great insurance, huge 401k benefits, and you're slinging $42 an hour, my friend. There's just not a lot of there's not a lot of those jobs for people that are not college educated.
But that's what he's saying, Bubba. Is they're trying to protect that for the people in the future that they can have those.
That's
jobs
great.
Too.
I don't care about the guy. I don't care about the guy behind me. I'm worried. You know what? I'm trying to make it myself. Period.
Yeah, well, and I mean that's one mindset, and his mindset is that we've got to keep this.
Listen,
strong,
buddy,
because the second you let go of anything, the second you give an inch of ground with corporate, you're never getting it back.
Buddy, listen, I don't want you to be mad at me. I don't want you to be not Bubba Army anymore. It's just that I've been at the top of the mountain where I made $3 or $4 million a year, and I've been down here where I'm making 30 and 40 and 50 a year, and I don't take things for granted anymore. And a $41 an hour job working for UPS, slinging some packages, to me seems like a pretty damn good job. And I'm tell you one thing, I'm not striking for my fellow brother that might get hired 5 years from now. I'm worried about paying my bills, keeping my pension, and keeping my good job. I'm in the Todd Clem business. I used to be in the other business, but now I'm in the Todd Clem business.
You've always been in the Todd Clem.
Bubba Light 20 on the Rumble.
Can I ask your crew a question?
Yeah, I gotta go.
Ada and Lummy?
Sure.
He's going to tell him to unionize, Bubba.
No. I'm not saying that. But now let's say you're going to go cut their pay by 25%.
I have cut my employees.
How would you feel about that?
I have cut my. Listen, when we lost Sirius, when I had to cut my employees' pay by more than that, and I've had to do that before, sir.
Bubba, I love what you do. I love you. I'm Bubba Army since 2006, man.
And I love you.
You got a lot.
I love you. I love you, and a lot of your Teamster brothers need to realize how tough it is right now for good jobs like the way you have them.
So
If the scabs come in and replace all of you guys, then what are you going to do? That's what I'm nervous about. I'm not nervous that you guys don't have some great ideas and you're sticking up for the next guy. I'm worried about them telling you, see you later, buddy.
So, Bubba, $74 billion profit a year for UPS, even with the current pay structure and what they're doing. That's, the difference you did, you cut pay when you lost revenue. And that makes sense. If UPS was reporting a quarterly loss of $1 billion or a yearly loss of $1 billion, it would make sense. They're profiting almost record highs, $75 billion a year.
I would just be nervous. I agree for you to stick up for the next guy based on the numbers that Brian gave me and how much money they're making. It sounds like they're being a bunch of selfish bastards. I would just be afraid that they would replace all you guys with scabs and you wouldn't have a job anymore. That's what I'm. That's what I'm more worried about. I'm more worried about them telling you, all the old timers that are picketing, see you later, buddy. We don't need you. Retire early. Here's your pension. That's what I'm worried, because I'm nervous by nature, and that's just how I would feel, buddy.
He's nervous by nature, not because he hates you.
And that's what I'm saying, Bubba. That's the reason we're at this. That's the reason that we're at this point, is because of our Teamster union. So now, if you eliminate this Teamster union, we're not going to have these pay. We're not going to have these pensions. We're not going to have these health benefits. We're going to have all these scabs coming in to do this job for 12, 13.
Yeah.
Whatever the money is.
I see both sides of the fence. I see both sides of the fence. I just would hate for you to lose your job permanently, bud. That's it. I got to go. I got to go into commercials. I hope you're not upset with me.
I appreciate it. I love it. I love what you're doing, man.
Thank you. If I could go drive UPS at noon, right after the show, I would. I promise you I would.
Deliciously disgusting.
You're absolutely right.
This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
They do make good money, though.
They make good money. UPS makes good money. Everybody makes good money.
They can buy the routes. Like, I've divorced some UPS people where they're making over 100. Like, they have other drivers working for them. I mean, it's
I actually gave you revenue numbers. That's like 80 billion total revenue. They are profiting like
13 billion.
Yeah.
Well, and now
that's still pretty healthy.
Isn't
but margins, though, when you're talking about the margins, 80 billion in gross, and you're netting 13 billion.
Bubba.
What?
He's knocking on the window.
No, he's pointing me something.
Sorry.
I thought you were over here.
I'm trying to get over there.
Now you just made me turn.
About the solar hotspots?
I'm sorry.
What was he knocking on the window for?
Solar hotspot. It's Mach's passion project. Global warming and solar hotspots.
Is there a problem, Brian?
No, there's no problem.
What was he knocking on the window for?
Because they're showing what we were talking about.
Yeah.
They were showing the solar.
Okay.
And they're finally educating the people about the hoax. So the money hoax.
Knocking on the window usually means.
Yeah, to him.
Be careful. That freaks me out. I hit a button. I thought maybe fuck.
No, I would come here.
Well, a hoax of being not real, or that it's not caused by human.
It's not. We don't do enough to do anything. It's the sun. The sun is does the most effect on our atmosphere.
We're very bad.
Yeah, blame it on the sun. Get mad as fuck at the sun.
On the sun.
We blame it on the rain. Why not blame it on the sun?
Oh God.
Wow, Brian.
Yep.
Put him down for one. Put him down for one.
+1, he said.
No, I said negative.
+1.
What about my double Stewart comment? That should have gotten a +1.
No, that should have gotten a fucking -1. I didn't even choose to recognize it was so disrespectful.
Double Stewart? I didn't get that.
No, hold on. This is how disrespectful it is. He's referring to Tony Stewart killing a man on a track.
A dirt track. You didn't know about that? Oh, yesterday. No. It happened years ago.
Gina.
I didn't know that.
What's more disrespectful, Bubba? Not knowing it, or?
It's PTSD. I block it out. I'm sure at one point in time I knowed it, and then I blocked it out. I knowed it, and then I blocked it out.
Oh yeah, guy got out of his car during.
Regina, you must have cord or some shit going on today because you got a fucking fat.
I have you.
You got to watch. Don't tweak your shit walking down there. You got like a fashion show going on here. What the fuck's going on?
I'm coming in here. I don't come in very often. So.
Here, I'll walk you out.
Thank you.
That's just like
Bye. Bye.
Tell me if I'm late. Just fire me. It fires itself.
She knows it.
The duck shouldn't have been on the track.
You look good as fuck. Hope Tom's not listening to the hot mic.
He's not.
I mean, aren't we out?
No, we have one more break.
No, we
need 8.
So yeah, so I said it was a double Stewart because he took out 2 ducks.
Yeah,
Third
yeah.
track.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah.
That was good. Come on, Lummy.
What year was this?
2018 or 17. When did Tony Stewart kill a guy on the dirt
my
track?
God.
Well, wait, because you put pointing, I'm like, I heard the same
Oh,
one.
2014. Wow, it was a while
The
ago.
other one is the same one in front of me.
Yeah, it was just cool. They were showing the moving back and forth.
So when you were saying to turn around, I was like,
yeah,
I have it right there.
My bad. I forgot I had it up there too.
Which I don't know why the commercials are different.
Oh shit, we gotta turn off the high mark though.
There was a documentary about it, but I didn't see it.
There was some big long like
Arnold one.
20-minute thing about it.
Kid went on a 25-foot ride.
How old was he?
18, 19.
Shut the fuck
He
up.
was a young kid. 20-year-old.
I
Kevin
mean,
Ward Jr.
That's obviously not protocol. You're probably not supposed to.
No, you don't get out of your vehicle and run down to confront cars that are racing by you. Generally, a bad idea.
Oh, so it's not like he just got out. He got out and started running.
Oh yeah, he was going to confront Tony
During a race.
during a race.
Or people like, no.
You want to fire the CD so I can turn the hot mic off?
Oh no!
No, and then like stay in the like.
Yeah, it has
got to fire the CD.
What? Oh, you gonna control?
I have to turn the hot mic off.
I know. I said you're gonna fire. You said. I don't know. You said.
It'll fire the.
Yeah, once the commercial's on.
Yeah, you just hit the CD button.
CD 1 or 2.
Thanks, Airtight.
4 or 5, 6 or 7.
I forgot about hot mic.
Yeah, that's not there.
Airtight Ski Pole recognizes it was distasteful and disrespectful, but it was funny.
Oh God.
If all humor had to be respectful and tasteful, there would be no humor in the world. We'd live in a humorless world.
Blame it on the alcohol. Baby!
He's out.
Lummy's gonna fire it.
A whole whopping CD3.
I'll bring us back from break.
Oh, are
Is he
you?
literally out?
Yeah, he's outside, I think.
He's outside talking to Gina.
I mean, he's not like you guys finished the show out.
No, I mean, 8:20 is gonna drop us. Most of them are, it's over past 10 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're just doing this for Phoenix or Glendale
Good for
or
you, Phoenix.
wherever the fuck this is.
Or it could be in Orlando.
I assume we're starting the after show at 10:30.
Yeah, Florida Man usually carries it on through like 10:05, right?
Yeah.
Up until about then.
So they just give up. Don't fuck this up, Lummy.
Come on, Lummy, this is your big moment.
My one button of CD3.
Come on,
Never
Lummy.
let it go.
You
You
can do
only
it.
got one
You can
shot.
do it.
Warning, warning. The following program contains objectionable content, which may cause oral discomfort. This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Great job, Lummy.
Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Lummy filling in for the incomparable Bubba the Love Sponge.
Bubba's dead, and it's the On of the Love Sponge show now.
Bubba's stuck in the toilet.
I was
Oh, there he is.
Oh, he's back.
being respectful and walking my guest out to
So
her
I can
car.
stare at her ass. I mean,
She did look good as hell today.
no, she always looks good.
She always looks good, but she doesn't look good as hell every day. She was like she was going for a big time hearing.
She gets dressed up for the show.
She does. She looked great.
That's why she doesn't like to do it, but every 6 months.
I don't blame her. It's a lot of
It
work.
stresses her out.
It does?
I guess a little bit. I don't know.
She's so good at it. I mean, and there's not. I mean, today she actually got thrown a curveball. My son, he's 16. He's got felony probation, and his mom's got weekend visitations up there in Carolina. I mean, that was she never doesn't have anything that because she knows family law so well and seen it all. That today, Brian, was a very rare instance where it was a situation where she's never had before.
Yeah.
Which was pretty cool.
That is cool.
844 Ask Gina. We will be saying goodbye to everybody. And Brian, too bad you can't stick around for the after show.
I know, man. I've got a hearing that I've got at 11.
Well, let me know how you do on it.
All right, thanks.
Tony Mandrich at 1040. And we'll be on Facebook, YouTube, BAR, and TuneIn. And the Bubba Army app as well. So we will see you guys all over there. Brian, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Love you all.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummox,
co-host Anna Hummel,
co-host Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire of Council,
co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council,
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.